4 seconds in. Check the levels, check the levels. It's still barely touching the yellow. It's probably still too quiet. I'll have to figure something out. I don't know what's going on. Gonna have to buy me a $10 Y2K era Wowcraft TeamSpeak style cheap headset. Seems to produce too loud of audio on the mic. Maybe so. Junk on the screen. Still didn't get stuff set up on the screen, but I wanted to go online on time. Keep having interruptions. That's how life do. So let's get logged in. Sorry, have to do the logged in. Off screen. Can't have all of you on internets. All 2 of you. All 2 million of you. Speaking into being. Not now. F. Firefox said, remember the passwords? And I said, not now. I don't let it remember any of my passwords, and I don't have a whatchamacallit. You don't know the name? Somebody remember those? Ancient old commercials for candy bars? There's some kind of ad playing on the tube screen. Let's hide it. Whoever it was, not a sponsor. 50 years, AC/DC. Get some, get some. And now we're doing some React content. It doesn't have a check mark or something, so I'm not sure that this is legit. There it is, F. Firefox. Isn't that the name of the movie? Show me your papers. Your papers are not in order. He told me my papers weren't in order. They all say that. Your papers are in order. Great movie. Yep. There it is. Hiding in the bathrooms. In the Rus. Soviet. In 1982. There still existed a Soviet. This is one great movie. Everybody go see it. 10 out of 10. What does the IMDb say? 5.9. IMDb has bias. They just don't know. So then we have to say, keep the log. Keeping the green log. I'm making fun of walking the green mile. 0, 4, 0, 0. Firefox. 1982. Clint Eastwood. 10/10. Yay, I did it. I kept one log. One day I'll get to go back and remember walking in the sand. That it was some kind of streamering on a Clint Eastwood marathon that I'm not sure is the right deal. But it is one of my favoriteest movies. I already displayed to you. I remember many of the lines, many of the events. What did I log in here for? They're still on 4 days ago. We'll look back into that later. Is that still happening? Welcome aboard, George.
Hey, how are you doing today?
I was just getting to it. I'm okay. There is the jawbone, TMJ, maxillofacial radiating nerve pain is maybe 7 out of 10 instead of 10 out of 10. It's been 10 out of 10 for several days.
Oh,
That's why
no wonder you haven't felt like getting online.
I was going to get on the line yesterday, but again, the old people stuff and other stuff and not doing well. I do have to go check.
I know.
So that is why the icon of the day. Let's go 06 30 TMJ. I better wrap it in quotes because that's not all that it is. Is why take the pain Platoon thumbnail. Pain equals 7 out of 10, which is the hearty heart because 10/10 cents. These pains don't go to 11. Thursday question mark.
Is it something the dentist can help you with?
No, it's something accidentally caused by dentist. Meant well. About 10 years later, explained should have left it alone. But 10 years later is too late. Maybe it was 5 years later.
Either way.
It's just life. Haven't had this kind of problem with it since the 90s. Dealing with it, man. Just dealing with it. I don't even remember what movie that came from. I meant to look it up at some point. Tonight, I don't know how long I'll be on here. View my channels. There it is. I don't remember which sergeant that is. It's not the water walker sergeant. I didn't look it up. I think it's Barnes. I don't know. Smushing his hand over that screaming dude's mouth, and he says, "Shut up! Take the pain!" Check the stats. We're supposed to do the
Oh,
bell
I sent
things.
you a video.
Yeah, I saw the email. I didn't check the video.
It's strictly entertainment. It's one that Disney stuck in the vault years ago because of political correctness. It's still a good video. And its biggest complaint, it has nothing to do with, oh, it's dealing with slavery in a positive moment. No, the show takes place after the Civil War, after the slaves have been freed. It is on a southern plantation, but because of it, what a lot of people don't realize is the person playing the main character was the first black male to ever receive an Oscar for that role. But he was the first male to ever receive an Oscar. The first black to receive an Oscar was the female who is in the same video, but it's the female made from Gone with the Wind. The next person to black to receive a Oscar would be something like 20 years later, and that would be Sidney Poitier.
What a fine actor. Non-gender specific. I like a lot of Sidney Poitier movies.
Oh, so do I. I had the utmost respect for the man. I mean, I still have respect for him. It's just he's no longer with us. I sure in the hell had I have a lot more respect for Sidney Poitier in his career than Will Smith.
What Independence Day?
It was an okay money, and yes, when he was punching the alien, that was funny. I'm talking about not just as an actor, but also as a person. Will Smith can do a good acting job.
As long as he's playing Will Smith. I don't
Well,
think he's ever
he that
played a
no,
character.
he's never played Will Smith on the screen because Will Smith is whooped.
Well, is that like a
He's a
personal attack or something?
he's what we used to refer to as a cockle.
Oh, in our humble opinions, and just we're reading something off an online page or whatever you do. Not gonna go back and worry about it. I'm already tired of playing by kind of like trying to allegedly, reportedly,
Appease
the plus witches plus which the letter looks like a plus. Other streaming platform supposedly, especially for little peoples, has the strictest rules. Our wonderful YouTube benefactors, heroes, supposedly, allegedly in a video game, give us a slight more leeway. But we're always going to err on the side of caution. Not even the appearance of. Okay, we put a heart on the comment, and now we must reply. Good chats, comma, good, madame. Reply. And that's okay, internet. Pronouns were in advance ascertained. Don't get your undies in a bunch. Not going to keep
or get them in the
disclaimering.
bunch. Just don't tell us about them.
And
I said,
no,
or get.
we're just reading online web pages, I guess, about. Sorry for the interruption. Good King George. Will
Right.
the Smith. Hmm.
He's done a couple of good movies and a couple of real barkers. Or I should say.
It's funny that you called it that because my favoriteest part of a lot of movies in a long time is that can you find. George has heard it. The rest of you haven't heard it. Oh, and I'm the yin yang with the thespian or comedy tragedy masks. And George is the bear. Anyway, Barkers. And we discussed it a couple of times the other day. Where are we at? 15. Oh, Vice.
Uh,
Will Smith. Every little thing, make thing capitals. Thing gonna be all right. I hate spelling it like that. I like to use the two words. Let's do 2 words. All right. Can't think of the name of the movie right now. We discussed it the other day. The newer modern version had the Superman versus Batman
oh, okay.
stuff in it, and it is a horrible movie. George has heard before internet many times, and if you've listened to any of these other streams, you've heard it. When you tell me something is a pile of poop, I don't need for you to describe yourself digging through it. You found a peanut, and you found a part of a peanut, and you found a chewed up, sort of pinkish purplish bubble gum that somebody swallowed. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. It's a pile of poop.
Yeah.
Not that it makes the movie good. It's that
I
it
like the
makes it
first.
not a horrible movie. And it's
I
a
had.
gleaming moment. Sometimes when you get dragged into the depths and you feel like you're blind and it's dark and you need to break the surface and get a fresh breath of air. The kitchen scene in The Last Man on Earth that they're making a sequel for. I don't even want to hear about it. Will Smith movie. Will Smith vampire movie. I Am Legend.
Yeah.
See the
No,
kitchen
they're not
scene?
vampires.
Whatever. It's their CG video games at the time had far better CG characters in them.
Oh yeah. I can say the same thing for the prequels to Star Wars. When he
Well,
got to
you
the I think what
you don't.
the one where they're showing the clones and the robots, the clones who were actual people, which they've had the technology showing the same person in the scene multiple times since the 30s. His looked horrible, like they were all out of focus. Now his robots were pretty damn good. The CGI robots, but that's as far as it goes. The storyline, the story of each movie for the prequels would make Eddie Murphy as the donkey very happy because it sucked donkey. Didn't like them. I did not like the story. I mean, you go from a depressed Jedi because your girlfriend can't be with you right now to hacking down kindergartners with a sword. There is no redemption.
Silliness. Because it's all woke, man. It's secretly woke. He was frustrated because he was really G star Y. I don't know what the heck, man.
But now the last scene
When
with
they
him
got
between
however many seconds in, it seems to me like it was seconds. I really
yeah,
preach on, brother George, because I hate the prequels. All 3 of them. All of any lore that got sidelined, and no, not just because of Jar Jar.
Jar
And
Jar was just annoying.
this is a me thing that I don't see and haven't heard much of anywhere else. That sitting there watching The Phantom Menace, episode I.
Well, which the one reason it was good is because it mixed several genres into sci-fi. There's a little bit of Tarzan in it, but it was a space western. Let's call it what it was. It was a space western.
It was trash. Let's call it what it was.
No,
Because,
I'm talking Star Wars, the original one, which is
oh no, it was Yes,
That's
a
what I'm talking
space
about.
opera, according to Mr. Lucas, who designed it and invented it.
It was a Western in space. He needs to go back and read his original books that he wrote on Star Wars.
But I don't know. Everybody else, I guess, was too young, or maybe I have too many lumps in my skull. I don't know. On top of everything else wrong with the Phantom Menace, and when I always get around to saying this, people go, "Wait, what?" And then, oh, they took the boy child that would grow up to be Darth Vader. Allegedly.
Uh-huh.
Supposedly. I think it's a retcon. It's a trick. It's a trap. See the fish face general. And within the first, I don't know how long, 30 minutes of Phantom Menace, called her, question mark, Little Orphan Annie. And I said, what the F? Is that supposed to be like a tongue-in-cheek funny thing? What the heck? For reals? Little Orphan Annie? Oh my gosh. And then everything else was wrong. And people who try to deny it have horrifying
Well, they tried to make
cognitive
the what
dissonance.
they when he did the Phantom Menace and young Skywalker, they tried to take Little Orphan Annie and cross him with what's it, the kid off of Star Trek. A little know-it-all that can do everything better than the adults can.
And since we've already gender swapped him, or whatever we call it, he might be a transvestite, not a transgender. I don't know. Transbot. It just makes it worse having the woke modern era.
Yep.
Little
You
Orphan
can't
Annie.
tell it.
If you wouldn't allow him to identify as boy child, and that, everything, just every single thing. Will Smith said, every little thing's gonna be alright, singing the famous song, In the Kitchen. See I Am Legend. And find out every little thing in the
Well,
prequels. Never mind the
I
sequels. Of course.
I
Little
prefer
Orphan
the
Annie
Gopher
was a
song from
damn Mary
Caddyshack.
Sue.
Yeah,
Another
like I said, I
one.
prefer
Yeah, you prefer?
the Gopher song from Caddyshack. I'm all right. Nothing gonna bother me.
I don't ever remember the words. But
Well, I have a
I
battery
hearty
operated
heart
dancing
heart
gopher.
heart. No, I don't mean the words of the song. I can remember that. I'm not gonna curse anybody with my trying to mangle that song. You can find the Gopher song on the internet webs, people. It's like the best up here when I was talking about Will Smith and every little thing's gonna be all right. That was some mighty fine acting and a mighty fine
Okay.
whatever directing. Find the good in a thing. That's gonna kind of
Yeah.
be the theme of today. Find the good in a thing. I can't find it in the sequels or the prequels. There's no good in it. There is none in it.
Well, the last scene of the trilogy, everybody who ever saw it in 1976, 77, 78, the original movie, know
77.
what was going to happen because the storyline for that last movie was written on the back of the movie posters.
Hmm.
Lucas put how Darth Vader became Darth Vader on the back of the movie posters, and the fact that he was Luke's father. but you had to purchase one of the movie posters, one of the big movie posters, in order to get that information. That's the only place it was published.
Every little thing about Caddyshack is good. But the best part of Caddyshack to me is Bill Murray. I think that's who it was. My head really hurts.
Yeah.
Crawling around
Yeah.
with his soldier gear on, making plastique bombas.
Plastic bombas that look like little furry critters, like a
Yep.
squirrel, a rabbit.
And just the way he was kind of talking / mumbling to himself, I was like, it's so believable that this guy is this crazy about this tech on. Annoying, tearing up the golf horse critter. It was just, he should have got an Academy Award. It was amazing. Good job.
Though, if you want to see Bill Murray at his best acting, Razor's Edge. It is not a comic role. It didn't do well at the box office because they went to see Bill Murray, act the clown. But it's a serious role, and it really showed. It's a good movie. Takes place for the most part just before, during, and after World War One. It's just, he's an incredible actor. The problem is he was one of those that got typecast into doing comedies and comedies only. Don't get me wrong, his comedies are hilarious. Him in Zombieland, where Bill Murray plays Bill Murray, is funny.
From 1984, The Razor's Edge. It has 6.4 out of 10 at the IMDb.
Shows you they don't really know it. But I'm
Yeah,
just
I
saying.
already complained about them earlier before you got on that something is amiss at the ye old IMDb.
But just sheer acting power and getting into the role. He does it. He does it in that. No, don't get me wrong. I liked him in what is it? Meatballs. The one where he plays a camp counselor at a summer camp.
Yep, boy. I have never seen any of the New Millennium Ghostbuster stuff. I refuse. Don't hurt yourself.
Well, okay. The New Millennium where it's his their grandkids of the Ghostbusters, is good. I haven't seen the newest one where Bill Murray comes back.
I'll just take your word for it and never subject myself to it.
Well, I'm just saying it's better than the remake of Ghostbusters. How's that?
Yeah, I've heard all about the.
Well, they're not funny. I've seen bits and pieces of it, and they're just not funny.
Well,
They're not believable. They're not funny. And in order to do a comedy, you got to be funny, and you have to have a chemistry. The nice thing about
1981.
Oh God,
Fantastic movie.
Oh yes, but that's taking SNL, Saturday Night Live people, and SCTV, and I'm not, which I think stood for Saturday Night TV.
Second City.
One was a Canadian show, SCTV.
SCTV is Second City, yes.
Yeah, Second City TV, which is Canadian, and Saturday Night Live, which is New York. And they take the crews from both those and they mush them together. And they did an excellent job. Excellent job.
The Razor's Edge. I forgot he was in Little Shop of Horrors. That is one of my favoriteest.
He plays the dentist. Bill Murray plays the dentist in Little Shop of Horrors.
Yep.
But there again, with that one, most of the crew are from Saturday Night Live.
Yep. They all were.
No, Bill Murray wasn't the doctor. That was Dennis. That was wild and crazy guy. The comedian that sings Tut off of Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, Steve Martin.
Plays the banjo.
Steve Martin.
Steve Martin, yes. Steve Martin can be good in moderation. Some of his standalones, they're okay. Has funny moments, and that's the best I can say for it.
Yeah, I love the jerk, especially the ending. All I need is this chair and this magazine.
Yeah.
I don't think we're allowed to quote the beginning anymore. I like that too. It'll
What,
catch
for his
up on the
special purpose?
screen.
His special purpose?
Know how he was born. What he was born. Everybody go watch the movie. You'll figure it out yourself. Rick Moranis.
He was from SCTV. Steve Martin was from Saturday Night Live.
Yeah. Something about Rick Moranis. And this is just a me thing. It's something deep inside me says, "Oh God, him? I don't like this movie. I hate him."
Well,
Not
he was in
really.
the original
Not honestly, Rick Moranis.
He was in this original Ghostbusters. He played the accountant that got possessed.
Yeah, I know.
And Ellen, the one across from Ellen something, I believe she was also originally from SCTV.
Yeah. He actually never once during Little Shop of Horrors did I think, if they show with him and he tries anymore, I'm just going to turn this off or walk out. He did good. Overcame my own silly whatever it is. There's something wrong with me. Everybody else, WWW's all his stuff, and I still have never seen Spaceballs.
Just like John Cat SCTV, Jim Belushi, James Belushi's brother, another good actor and comedian. I don't know where he got his start. Might have been Saturday Night Live, but I don't think so. Just a number of the comedians I grew up really loving in the 70s are dead. The only ones left, I think, is Bill Murray. Comical actors. I mean, Gene Wilder, dead. His wife from Saturday Night Live, dead.
It was Gilda Radner, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that was one of them early in boyhood. I love her. I'm crushy on her. She's a movie star. But even though
excuse me.
Saturday Night Live was not a movie, Dan Aykroyd's still around.
Alive. Yeah. But his best stuff is when he plays opposite James Belushi. I hate to say it. Though when he plays Dr. Demento is kind of funny.
Bill Murray. Where am I at? Video details. The other day. Chit-Chat. Movies. This magic moment. Show more.
I never did care for Groundhog Day, though.
I like Groundhog Day.
It was like, to me.
Sure. Sure. No.
Just like they're getting ready to remake or tell a new story of Doc Savage, Man of Bronze. The problem is who they got to play Doc Savage. Dwayne Johnson.
The Rat.
There's a reason he's called the Man of Bronze.
Press hard. You're making several copies.
The other issue is, unless he's going to have makeup all over his chest and arms to cover up the tattoos, there's another thing. Doc Savage would never have any tattoos because his body was a temple. And I loved it. Versus putting bad guy, career bad guys in jail, he'd take them off to his special hospital, operate on their brains so they were no longer a menace to society and care to do evil.
Fill the air for a second, sir. Too much aspirin and too much other stuff. I have to run.
All right. Doc Savage was the books actually predate to giving people frontal lobotomies to end crime. They didn't say frontal lobotomies, but brain surgery, and they are no longer a threat to society. They no longer wish to do evil. Can you say illegal to do to prisoners nowadays? Yes. In the description of Doc Savage from the books and the mini serial and the comic strip and everywhere else, blonde hair. Well, Dwayne Johnson doesn't have hair, and when he does, it's black. Bronze skin, very even tempered, and it's just like I want to see who they get to play the other characters. The only one they've mentioned so far is Dwayne Johnson.
I am back. Thank you.
Dwayne Johnson, if he sticks to acting and wrestling, he'd be good to go. It's when he opens his mouth to talk about politics, it's when you go, click. Oh, excuse me. The new TVs don't make any sound, so you don't have any reference. All of a sudden, you just turn it off. Click. Change the channel. Click, 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 click.
Unless you're a rock politics or outside of the studio fan, have at it. Go nuts. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's the only time when I get a real turn off is when he tries to talk politics because he doesn't sound sincere. He's trying to sound off whatever will make him the most money. That and the other guy. Oh, what was his name? Hold on. I'm up. Sorry.
Comments. How do I add the comment? I don't know. What if we just go over here? Where are you hiding, little video? Where are you hiding, little video? Hang on. Hold the line, please.
John Cena? Sena? He's another one that he'd be best to keep his mouth shut. Just do the stupid roles that you've been given, because he's not a good actor. He might have been an okay wrestler. He does okay in Suicide Squad. The one thing I will say for him, he doesn't mind if the studios make his characters look like phallic symbols. I don't think I
Whatever
can use the
pays
other
the
word.
bills.
Oh yeah, he allowed certain of his movies to be changed just to appease the Chinese market.
Oh, they all do. Disney's had to change a whole ton of them.
I know, just like Red Dawn, the second one, not the first one. The first one, it was Russians. Second was supposed to be Chinese, and then the Chinese said, "Well, if you do that, we're not going to let it be shown in our country." So they made it to the North Koreans, as if the North Koreans ever could, hell, Korea as a whole could ever invade the United States or be that big a threat. They might be able to invade a town.
I have seen the redux
Of
Red
Red
Dawn.
Dawn. Yeah, can't beat the original.
It's another one. I don't even know how to spell it. We're just gonna call it RE-Dux. DUX. I didn't turn it off. I didn't quit. I don't remember a single thing about it.
Boom.
The whole way through, here's what I remember about it. The whole way through is, why are they crapping on Patrick Swayze's grave this way?
Because they can.
Yes, because the market these days, the kids these days, whatever. Yeah, it did not get any of my attention. I give it a
Oh, the funny part,
DW
watching
1 out of 10.
watching the original Red Dawn in the theaters here in Fayetteville, and they mention, troops coming in from Fort Bragg. The theater, you could have heard them outside the mall. They were yelling so loud. Woo, woo, woo! Airborne! All kinds of other stuff. But one of the things it does show you is Patrick Swayze, and let me find her name. I know it's got to be here somewhere. It wasn't Leah Thomason. Jennifer Grey were professional actors. They didn't like each other, but they were able to do good movies together. This one, which is for the first time they did one, and then Dirty Dancing. They were professionals. They did what they had to do, keep their personal lives out of it. But Red Dawn was a start for a lot of actors and actresses. It was, C. Thomas Hallwell, Charlie Sheen, Patrick Swayze's really first jump, Doug Toby, Jennifer Grey, Leah Thompson.
What no one seems to remember, and you already mentioned the one that all the guys my age, they're like, yeah, back in the dating days, I had to put up a lot with Dirty Dancing. Hello, Elizabeth Wiley. Sorry, I was not paying enough attention. I didn't see when exactly that first screen came in, that first chat. Hope you guys are doing good today. Anyway, here's another one of my favorites.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. North Korea has a nuclear weapon, sort of, kinda. The problem is getting it across the ocean. They have yet to get a rocket successfully go past the island of Japan.
I can quote you right there. Well, it flew away. Of course it did. The preview pic that stayed up there for about 2 seconds. It'll catch up on the screen. Showed off where they were flying their helicopters in between the mountains. And he said, "Get your
Uncommon
Sierra
Valor?
together," meaning your crap. I kill you. Emmer Effers. Patrick Swayze rock in that movie.
Which one's this? Oh,
Uncommon Valor.
Uncommon Valor. Yeah. No, I'm afraid my favorite character is Sailor.
They are all
Randolph
equally
Dex
great
Cobb.
to me. All of
Well,
these
no, I'm just.
actors, even Robert
Oh
Stack.
yeah,
You
they're
got
all
to
great
get me
actors.
to.
I'm just saying that character was my favorite.
You got to get me to shot, Colonel. You got to.
With a
Why do you
grenade
call him
hanging around
Sailor?
his neck.
And Fred Ward says because he takes red wine and drinks red wine with uppers and sails away.
Thomerson. Scanners. You have to be a real lover of B sci-fis to really appreciate Thomerson. And Fred Ward. I remember him. He was in a book called Time Rider, where he rides a dirt bike into a testing zone for something that the government's doing, and it throws him back about 100 years. But to go to the how to put it,
Wait, I
at
got
the end of the
lost. I was
story,
reading the chat. Are you talking about Fred Ward?
yeah,
Oh
he
yes,
did a
that's
movie called
another.
Time Rider,
Yep, favoritist. They are
where he
all so
winds up
good.
being his own. You don't find this out to the end of the movie, but he winds up being his own great grandfather.
Time Rider is
But
fantastic. He's been in so much stuff. Is he still around?
oh yeah, he's done the westerns, everything.
Let's ask Fred Ward Wiki.
Tremors, I love Tremors.
Honestly, I didn't know that. Rip Fred Ward, I miss you. But I get to have you forevermore on the celluloid, on the pelliculus. Condolences, wife and family and everybody else, friends. He passed away May 8th, 2022.
But like I said, Tim Thomerson, I think it's how you say his last name. The movie Scanners. Actually, it's a couple of movies called Scanners. They were sci-fi. I think they were done by Full Moon Productions.
Oregon Basement. The French guy in Uncommon Valor. I know much. I love me some Uncommon Valor.
See, not Tremors, Trancers.
Bouncing Betty blows your balls off.
That was just a fun movie to watch. Ridiculous, but fun. And that movie would have been back in the 80s.
I don't remember him in Ally McBeal. I watched all of Ally
I don't.
McBeal. I like Ally McBeal.
I didn't. I can honestly say I didn't. Didn't appeal to me. But then again, I probably saw something you didn't. Murphy Brown. But she was so good in Soldier Blue.
Well, they did
There's
5 of
another one
those.
that. Did
5
you ever see Soldier?
Trancers.
Yeah. Did you ever see Soldier Blue?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
With Candice Bergen? She plays a blonde who was captured and adopted into a tribe and dealing with the U.S. cavalry to come rescue her. And she's like, "What do you mean? Why do you think I needed rescuing?" The one in the pith helmet, I think it's supposed to be Custer.
0.9 out of 10. I don't remember it. I like the
If you
German
can
title.
find it, it's a pretty good movie.
Wiegenlied vom Totschlag.
I think it's the only movie she did where she gets a little on the naked side, as Benny Hill would put it. No shoes, no socks, no knickers. She was naked.
Wow, that's supposedly her. Uh-oh. Let me hide her butt crack with a, I don't know, this might be adult thematic material here. Rated PG back in the day. We didn't take ourselves so seriously in 1970. It's just like they had to redo. Let me get her Land O'Lakes. Is that supposedly her on the cover? It'll be on your screen in a minute. A controversial and savage
Don't think that's
Western.
her. I don't think that's Candace.
Close that. Get rid of it. Close it. I don't know. I guess, Internet, if you're mad about it, go over there and ban the IMDb.
Well, just like Billy
Send them a
Jack
letter.
when it first came out, I think it was 1973. It was rated PG. It was not rated R. It did not get a rated R rating till much after it hit the theaters. Because I used to go collect bottles to get to pay for a movie ticket.
Yeah, she's been in a lot of stuff I have seen. But it's just stuff that, oh, not good, not bad, just a movie.
That's one of the earliest movies I can remember her being in.
1970. It was up on the screen a minute ago. And yeah, I said PG. You know, it's like the original Jaws.
Dun 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 dun
It's another one.
dun dun.
Let's see
The
if
only
they
reason they
have
got its
fixed it.
R rating, the only reason they ever got an R rating was because its opening scene,
The
and it's not like you could really
terrifying
see it.
motion picture.
Not like you could really see anything.
Oh, yeah, you can. The original cover. And this is not the original cover. I'm zooming it in. Oh my gosh.
No.
Look at all those shark teeth. I'm going to scroll up. Look at the cheap, right here, on the chest bump area.
Yeah.
Airbrushing back in
No.
the day, before computer assisted image editing. The original showed the chest bump with its little, I call them noses.
Well, talking of that, the original Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan, when it premiered in New York, 1936, I believe it was, the actress who played Jane, they had to sneak her into New York because there's a scene in there where she is literally a naked. Tarzan throws her into the lake / pond / river and grabs her dress at the same time, so she's swimming around naked.
Yeah. We had a better control of ourselves 1,000 years ago. Or, whatever, 50.
Just like
Because
anytime
it's
you
up on
see
the screen. Jaws,
yes,
1975, rated PG. There's a
yeah,
lot of adult thematic material.
yeah, and
Possible
blood and guts and
scantily clad peoples. Um, gore, cuss words, burning some funny looking cylindrical objects, and
Well, like I
are
said,
we
Billy
allowed
Jack
to
has.
say? I don't even know. Don't risk it. Just type it on the screen.
I mean, the
Let's
original
put.
Billy Jack was PG, and it had a rape scene with her fully nude,
You
naked,
can't
however you want
say
to put
that
it.
word. Why did you say that word? Remember, it's SA. SA. We can't say our words anymore. Go ahead. Yeah, it had one of those in it. A lot of those old 70s, 80s, 90s movies had them in it. All those Clint Eastwood movies.
Boy, oh
Oh.
yeah, the Outlaw Josie Wales. Another one had it, but a boy and his dog. There's another good one.
I
What's his
sure
name? It
hope
used.
he didn't R word a dog. That would be
Uh,
wrong.
Look it up. Look it up. It's called A Boy and
If
His Dog
we say
with Nash. Not Nash Bridges. That's the character. What the guy actor that played Nash Bridges? Um. Ah, hate that. Can't remember his name.
oh, of course, everybody's just talking about YouTube. YouTube says centers in Don Johnson.
Don Johnson.
Thanks,
It's not. It's
Elizabeth.
not your typical. It's not your typical story about a boy and his dog, as you can tell from the
Uh,
movie poster.
apparently, there's a lot of if you're on the anti SMO word side of the train, you can say it.
Now, here's the funny part. The story is supposed to take place in the year 2024. But
Oh, it was rated R.
not originally it
6.4 out
wasn't.
of 10. What is the synopsis? Post-apocalyptic wasteland. A boy who can communicate with his dog telepathically is targeted by a mysterious committee.
Because
Oh
they
my
hook him up.
gosh. Shelley
They
Duvall
hook. Yeah, they hook him up
apparently
to
has
a.
passed away.
They hooked him up to a milking machine. If you catch my drift. So they can, because all the men in the community are sterile.
Just like now.
Ah,
Not
LQ
physically.
Jones.
They were
Yeah,
just
yeah.
mentally, emotionally, and spiritually or emasculated. How dare you?
LQ Jones. I like
A
the parts.
post-apocalyptic tale based on a novella by Harlan Ellison. Cancel them. A boy communicates telepathically with his dog as they scavenge for food and S word that we can't say anymore. Ends in X. And they stumble into an underground society where the old society is preserved. The daughter of one of the leaders of the community seduces and lures him below, Can we say that word? She lures him below, where the citizens have become unable to reproduce because of being underground so long. Because humans need sunshine. Get outside. They use him for uh, donor purposes and then plan to be rid of him.
Yep.
Thank you, E. Sutton at mindspring.com. A rather kinky tale of survival. Certificate R. What was the original rating of A Boy and His Dog? Mm-mm-mm-mm.
It's a nose. All I know is I wasn't allowed to see rated R movies when it came out, and I went to go see it.
Are we still allowed to say that? Aren't we supposed to go back and change the words of planet Earth and say dark comedy? How dare you, Wikipedia? How dare you?
Excuse me.
Nobody has any lore on it. Oh, they said the R word. Let me scroll it off the screen. Of course, they do that over at the other /r/edit. The Reddit.
Oh, there's another good one. David Carradine in Death Race 2000, where he plays Frankenstein. Very good B-rated sci-fi. But then again, it had, I think it had Stallone in it. Yep.
Oh,
Stallone's early movies. Came out in 1975. That's when
this
he
is
was still
pod
going
racing.
by. See, here's something that a lot of people don't know. Is before Rocky, Stallone was known as the Italian Stallion in 70s porn.
Many people know that. Those that don't are basically in denial.
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Well, I think he did one or two porns as the Italian Stallion. He's gotten better roles since then.
It was definitely one of my childhood heroes for the making of Rocky.
Rocky was okay.
He was fantastic. Don't you dare
The
say that.
first,
How dare
the
you?
first. I can't stand the song. The when he exercises too. And the reason I dislike it is I was helping a friend split logs, and that came on, and I started splitting logs to the rhythm of the song,
I don't even know if I should look this up.
and
It's
after that song
already
was
on the
over,
screen.
I couldn't lift that axe. I couldn't lift my arms.
I'm not going to press enter on the search results. But Stallone's 1970 movie was called The Party at Kitty and Studs.
Yep.
And then we're going to close that tab. Get that off the screen. And the chat says, a movie. It was not that well done, but it was funny. Plays a guy not rich anymore, and the friend he wants to borrow from is trying to get him to loan her money.
His first really big hit was Rocky. He wrote it. I think he even directed it, didn't he?
I have no clue.
Nope. No, he wrote it. The screenplay. No, yeah, he wrote the screenplay. He might even help produce it. So that's his character. So he should have been able to play his own character. That's for sure.
When did this happen? Holy cow.
Rocky?
No. The IMDb said the amicable, the ultimate, the fantastic olive oil from the Popeye movie.
She left Hollywood back in the 90s.
Shelley Duvall
Yeah.
passed away on July 11th, 2024. Something happened on July 13th that we won't discuss today that I guess stole the thunder.
Well, she passed away. I know she stepped away from Hollywood.
Yeah, a long time ago.
I don't feel like putting up with your crap. Popeye's an underrated movie. You have to like the cartoon in order to like the movie. I don't know what they were expecting of a live action Popeye.
I don't know.
I really don't.
We already talked about Robin Williams.
Shining? Eh.
Red rum. Red rum. I have a bias. I like Stephen King.
I don't.
I used to.
The only movie of King based on his, and it's not based off one of his books. It's based off one of the short story books, and that's I think it's called Cat's Eye.
I don't know how to spell her name.
That's the
Shelley
only
Duvall.
Stephen King movie.
07
That's the only Stephen King movie
11 24.
I like.
Sidebar at IMDb a while ago. Trying to keep the notes today.
I didn't mind Stallone in Victory. I liked Victory. Pele and them.
Mm-hmm.
That was after he did Nighthawks and Rocky 2. I don't know if I saw the Paradise Island Alley. I don't remember it.
I have seen several times. Many times, probably. That Popeye's available free to watch. You can see it here, you can see it there, you can see it on YouTube, probably. Maybe.
Yeah. I kind of liked it. I mean, it followed the Popeye
I
cartoon.
absolutely refuse to watch it again as an adult because I have fond memories of it from when I was young.
Yeah, it was
Don't
right
ruin
on.
stuff with your old person now
Are
self.
they remaking Popeye with Will Smith?
I have no clue.
Well, on the page you're looking at with Popeye on it, shows a Popeye trailer, and I swear it looks like Will Smith.
It says Popeye live action movie teaser trailer. Will Smith. About 3 months ago, they
Oh
released
my
the.
God, that boy's reaching in
Let's go to
IMAX.
YouTube. Now I'm going to be mad because when I search for Popeye, it's going to show me that again. YouTube. I searched for YouTube on YouTube. I'm not taking the pain. Pop.
Yeah. Just like Rambo or First Blood, that originally they just called it Rambo First Blood. The book was better. The book should have ended everything, because in the book, Rambo is killed at the end of the book.
Eight single women who are ready to move. There you go.
I like Cobra. Cobra was fun to watch.
Well, I'm not seeing.
Oh,
Watch on TubeTube.
another one I loved. It's a comedy that Stallone did. Stop, or my mom will shoot.
Yep.
I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, where is movies and TV? Search in movies and TV. Apparently not available on the YouTube. Oh, wait, there it is. I found it. Popeye, 1980. You can buy or rent it. Let's go there. Open that in a new tab. Autoplay was blocked. So let's go to share, copy, close, put in the notes. No timestamp. Popeye. What year was that? 1980?
Yeah.
Buy or rent. Got it. Did it.
Edward G. Robinson's last movie, Soiling Green.
It's people. See how fast that
Yep.
came out of me? Did that have Charlton Heston or no?
Yes.
I thought so. Well,
It's like
Soylent Green being people,
yeah.
discuss amongst yourselves. I have to go get beverages. Can you cover for me for a couple minutes?
Edward G. Robinson was supposed to be in the original Planet of the Apes. The some of the initial trial footage and some of the original makeup tests, it was Charlton Heston and Edward G. Robinson trying it out, and then it got postponed, and then Edward G. Robinson, I think, got sick or something of that nature. But either way, he couldn't be in it, so they got someone else. And then the two got to collaborate on Soiling Green. Another good post-apocalyptic movie that has a very unique vehicle in it. Damnation Alley with George Peppard and Jen Michael Vincent. Oh, Paul Whitfield, damn good actor. And a very early Jack and Eagle Harley, which the first thing I can remember seeing him in was the original Bad News Bears. He played the bad kid.
Every time.
But I think he's a better actor as an adult than he ever was as a kid. But I did like him in Bad News Bears.
Bad News Bears
I don't
was
know.
cool.
Apparently wasn't his first movie, but that's the first one I remember him in. He'd done Waltons and some other stuff. Oh, he was in the Planet of the Apes. Must have had, oh yeah, that's right. He played a kid. Duh, he was a kid.
Series of
I
folk
don't
stories
remember
or
him in the
fairy tales
Perfect.
that was great, but it got low ratings due to not being produced by the big pop corporations. I'm sorry, I'm reading the chats, George. Getting them
Okay.
on the record. Stallone said he saw a man on Rodeo Drive. And not rodeo, people. Got to Beverly Hills it. He thought, what a pompous jerk. Then he realized it was him in a window. He returned to the car.
Why does that? It's so suitable, you know. That was so suitable.
Oh boy. Where do you want to go today, Microsoft?
I mean, it's talking about your night and day actors. You got those that don't even want to deal with fans or anything like that, and then you got ones like the main actor from Firefly, and he's in The Rookie now. He whatever he's doing, he'll stop, talk to fans, take pictures with them, because as he said, without my fans, I'd be poor, broke, and in New York.
Are you threatening me? New York sounds like a threat. Mm-mm-mm. Next. How do I get to this?
Nathan Fillion, Fillion. Everything I've heard, even from people that just that aren't in the movie scene, just met him, say he's a nice guy. Met him at a con. Yeah. Ron Glass is another one we miss. Did you ever watch PBS as a kid?
Yeah. We still occasionally watch it, but not often.
Do you remember the TV show that came on after Sesame Street? It was for the slightly older kids, called Electric Company.
Absolutely. The electric company. You got to turn on the power. Of course.
Look at the stuff. Look at the stars that they weren't stars at the time that were in the Electric Company, and how big of stars they are now.
I probably looked that up
You had
about 15 years ago.
well, one of them, before she did the Electric Company, did West Side Story.
When you're a jet,
Uh,
you're a jet. You're the best. From your first cigarette to your last dying breath. I can say it because I'm quoting the song. Oh, gosh. The electric company. You gotta turn on the power. Sorry, making a note in the.
they attempted to redo it in 2006.
Shame on them. Just shame on them. And I doubt that they had any
Morgan
such thing.
Freeman. Okay, look at these stars: Morgan Freeman, Mel Brooks.
Wait, what are we talking about? The original or the new
Elect-
one?
no, the original Electric Company. Okay, Judy Goldberg, but the one I was talking about, Rita
Yeah.
Moreno. She was in West Side Story.
Let me get this on screen. Get it on screen.
One person we can't talk about anymore because he got caught screwing up. Bill Cosby.
Morgan the Freeman. He played Count Dracula.
That was one of his roles. He had other roles in that. Zero Mustel, the Spellbinder.
Oh, are you talking about Big Bad Billy
Electric.
Sweet William Now. Is that who you're talking about? We can't mention. He'll be on the screen in a second.
Fat Albert.
Yeah. Are we allowed to say that 3-letter F word anymore? I got in trouble for it a long time ago on the face base.
That's the name of the show.
Yeah, but we're supposed
But
to edit ourselves. Remember, we're living in Fahrenheit 451
and in
and
the remake, the live,
1984.
yeah, and the live action remake. That's what the show was called. Yeah.
Anyway, that guy. Is that who you
Yes.
were talking about?
Yes.
Oh,
He did suppose he did the R way word.
sorry, anybody who watches this that is activated by his visage. Send it to send your petitions to the IMDb to have him cancel cultured off of there. Erased.
the
You have been erased.
the F Albert show was actually his Bill's doctoral thesis in education. That's how that show got started. He funded it. He paid for it. It's his.
Wow, look at a young Morgan Freeman
I
on
mean,
the
yeah,
electric company.
yeah. Played Mr. Cool. And you got Louis Avalos. I just have fond memories of watching that. And then they had you have to fill in the story for Spider-Man to get through his whatever he's doing.
How can they only have 44 photos? Come on, somebody. Grab some more screenshots and upload some photos of the electric company. Got to turn on the power. But the plums were all plastic. Enunciate. Please. See, I found another PL. Do you photo? Hello, photo. Prestons. Prize. Pretzels.
Just like a lot of people don't realize unless they're old like I am. That one of
Baby.
Goldie Hawn's first or early shows is where she met her future soulmate, and he was a kid at the time. She was a little older than he was. In the Fabulous Family Band, I think it's what it was.
Oh, let's see what the duck says. Ah, you just keep it up. Donut operator. The electric company should sue you. Unbutton your heart. Unzip your lip. Oh my gosh, you know what that sounds like? Innuendo.
Goldie Hawn met
Kurt Russell.
Kurt Russell in the one and only genuine original family band, which had Walter Brennan in it, Buddy Epson, big time stars, John Daverson, John Walsmerly, who was one of the original Waltons.
Hi, John Boy.
Not John Boy, but he was a Walton.
You gotta wait
But
for it. It's coming up on the screen soon. Well,
That
it
was
used to follow
1960.
Sesame Street and then the Electric Company
Yep.
in Los Angeles on PBS.
And in North Carolina.
Was
That was the
yeah,
order they came in.
I was gonna ask you. Should be on the screen by now if you're watching the stream.
No, I never saw that one.
Okay, I didn't figure because it's a mostly they come out at Spanish mostly.
So I do remember Zoom.
Yep. Villa Alegre, the Happy Village, was shown after the previous two mentioned discussed often. And it ran for a whole long time. But probably nowhere outside of Los Angeles. Because, back then,
But
73
what I
to
was trying to
77, 10 people stayed west. Allegedly,
68,
reportedly.
1968 to 1970, Goldie Hawn was a go-go dancer on the Rowan and Martin Laugh-In.
Go dancers. These boots were made for walking.
That's also where Sammy Davis Jr. would do, "Here comes the judge, here comes the judge." And when when the judge would finally say something, he'd hit him in the head with this big giant hammer gavel.
I probably misspelled her name. Let's go make sure we got it right. Oh my God, don't misspell things. Yep, I did. Private Benjamin. I giggled a
Oh,
couple times, but that was a long
that one
time
was
ago.
funny. That was funny.
I have never watched it again. Don't ruin your fond memories of childhood. Just because of the way the brain's operating today. I don't know why, but Private Benjamin made my brain say to me, "Who ate all the Entenmann's?" I guess because
Then
Entenmann's rhymes with Benjamin.
I think it was Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell and Goldie Hawn did another movie together called Swing Shift.
They did
Yep,
a
it
bunch
was Kurt
together.
Russell.
Overboard in 1987 it's giggly.
Yep, it is. It's hilarious, but it's also based on a movie from the 40s. Except for Goldie Hawn, they reversed it. I think Goldie Hawn's part was actually a male, and Kurt Russell's part was a female. But Fred Ward was also in Swing Shift.
And I absolutely don't remember. But I saw it in the last 5 years. Some Goldie giggly girl. Because I say that all the time, I should probably look up. Maybe that's the one. Oh no, that's the one you were mentioning early. The original family band.
She played the stereotypical blonde to a hilt. Did you ever see Wildcat?
I have no idea. And I'm not recognizing.
She plays
Shampoo.
a female football, a female football coach.
Why is shampoo not clickable? Uh-oh. Firefox seems like it's crashing. See what you did to my Firefox, Goldie Hawn.
You're getting ready to scroll by it. There, you got it. You got the. I don't know why you can't click on it.
Because I do believe. There it goes. It came back to life. It had to think and grind and steal images off my computer, I guess. I don't remember the name of the movie. I saw it in the last 5 years where she's some kind of rich girl and she's away at college and either she's got annoying loud noises or the neighbor guy does or they both do and then they end up being friends. Shampoo was very popular in 1975.
I don't remember it.
I have never seen it again since. This is more of that. I don't particularly care for him as an actor. He's another one that it doesn't move me to go see movies, films. Warren Beatty. A lot of big stars in it.
Oh,
Oh
oh yeah.
gosh, knows. I don't even remember Carrie Fisher being in it because she
Warren.
certainly wasn't a star in 1975.
The only thing I've ever seen with Warren Beatty in it, I think it was Warren Beatty that was in. I liked was I think he wasn't he the one that played Dick Tracy in the Dick Tracy movie?
Probably.
Because I know he did. Yeah, he played Dick Tracy in the Dick Tracy movie. That's the only one I really watched. I hate to say it, even in Bonnie and Clyde, I was not a fan of Bonnie and Clyde. Good movie, but I wasn't a fan of the two. Heaven Can Wait. That was okay, but that's a remake. It's a remake. Hated Reds. My grandmother made my uncle take her to see the movie Reds, and not even halfway up through the movie, they got up and walked out. She called it a piece of communist trash.
All right, let's look at some photo. Oh my gosh, 945 photos. We're gonna scroll. Photo Goldie Hawn. I will know it when I see it. So saith. I don't remember if it was Congress or Supreme Court. Somebody said about some kind of complicated, my mother probably remembers, issue. All or we'll know it when we see it. It's a famous quote from American government. Oh, scroll. 945 photo. Hello, photo. My mind is obsessioning me. Find the letter. Whatever that movie is I saw in the last 3 to 5 years of Goldie Hawn. Very, very more young than she is today. Shampoo. The previously mentioned ant who's not an ant. Uh-oh. Can't have that P word on the screen. Miss Jennifer. I never did find because I forgot about it until now, Mother. I never did find the Maria Manita video of DLR with her in it, Der Wiener Schnitzel. Oh my gosh, the faces with that lady actress that everybody hates, or actor, whatever she's called. I don't even remember her name. I'm good like that today. I'm not going to stop and pause and figure it out. Back in the good old days. Back in the good old days. This era where the two black and white photo is whatever the ding danging movie that my mind is telling me, find it. Jennifer, other people involved in the, at the time, known as film industry, dragged poor little old me many times to watch Shampoo. Hated it. Not designed for whatever 5 or 6 year old kids. It didn't assist in my culture. Father of the Bride. Where are you, movie? That it. I remember her listening at a door in an apartment. 1991. Oh, heck no. See? Very well preserved. It had to be in the 60s or the 70s, the movie I'm thinking of. Which will always lead down the road of I used to, yes, keep up with movies I watched and my ratings of them and all this other kooky stuff way back before internet was much of everything for everybody. IMDb, just as a fooling around, we had created fucking spam at yahoo.com. Me and a fine young man that worked for me, pronouns well ascertained, not offending him, anybody. You know, I don't see a picture of it. Right about the time we had got some of them goofy and some of them for reals using our spam account at yahoo.com, which one time recently, I mean in the last 10 years, he told me, I still have that. I got it reactivated. Yes, all you baby whiners today, you safe spacers. Cancel culture online existed even way back in 03 and 04. Well, now we're on to the show things. Somewhere right around 1000 or 1001-ish. Keeping up with stuff and in a text file. Keep a backup of your stuff. With links at the IMDb. Well-written reviews or critiques at the original IMDb. Then suddenly Amazon, not a sponsor, not endorsed, could be. I would allow it. And the whole world's gone overboard. Oh, where are we at? I can't find that. IMDb. FGGIN. Spam at yahoo.com. Under new management, finally, a few years or a couple years after they purchased IMDb or took it over or whatever they did, management let know that there were certain things that were not allowed, like the use of FUGGIN to represent any variant of the F word. So we got cancel cultured. 1000 or 1001, we had put the stars, we had put the reviews. All gone. Face space. been that way before. You are not my first. And I looked at all the pictures. I can't find a ding-danging movie. Bird on a Wire with Mel Gibson was pretty good. Oh well. Never mind. I scrolled and scrolled and scrolled. I missed it. It was probably there, and I missed it. Both the play and the movie. And then, because of not being able to take the pain, as it says right there. I must be right back again. I will be right back. And then I did return. I had to BRB girl. Pronouns not ascertained. Goldie. Goldie. Apartment. College. Movie. What? Slides are free. Everybody. What Wiki is up against. An important update to readers in the United States. Hang on. Let me zoom it. It's important. You deserve an explanation, so please don't skip this 1 minute read. I can't read all that. Sorry, Wiki. If you would just give $2.75, don't care if you find it useful or not, just give it. Give it. I find it useful. Two percent of our readers donate. Somebody donate. There we go. Butterflies Are Free, 1972 comedy drama film based on the 1969 play Ellen Heckhart. So then, let's say search and then add IMDb and look, is this the one? I don't know. Do you? Yep, that's the one. I remember him playing his guitar. I don't know what I would rate this. I'm withholding judgment. I probably need to see it again. But it is seen by me in the last somewhere between 3 and 5 years. It stuck out. I remember it, but not enough to remember the name. It was a play, and it was a movie. Starred Goldie Hawn. Did I lose my internets or something? I am not. I feel all alone. Are you still there, Elizabeth? Blink twice. Oh boy.
Oh man, I've been rattling on and didn't realize my mic was mute. What
Well,
a dolt!
welcome back.
No, I mean I've been this whole time, even when you left, I was talking about Hollywood share, have all kinds of stuff, and it was not going anywhere because my mic was muted.
Well, I meant to say something a while ago, but I was using the time to find that Goldie Hawn movie. I found it.
Well, I was talking about how Hollywood doesn't mind wasting stories. Because The Last Man on Earth, 1964, with Vincent Price. Then you had The Omega Man with Charlton Heston. And then you have I Am Legend with Will Smith. All three are based on the exact same book.
And I'm not done with my eyeballs having been culture shocked. Guided there by my ear holes. Man, do we really
No,
have to do Will
the
Smith
reason
as
I muted
Popeye?
my
Do we
the
really
reason
have
I
to?
the reason I muted my mic is I got some good news. A friend of mine's, she gave birth 10 days ago and she's doing okay.
Yay, congrats and good job and good work and yay, baby.
Little
Welcome
girl,
to the real world.
yeah. If she
What's
grows
that?
up to be half if she grows up to be half the person her mama is, she'll be good.
Oh, 149. Oh. Welcome to the real world, baby.
Mama's tired, baby doing well.
Yay.
That whole time you had left to go get a drink, I was just acting like I was still going all around online, and I was like, "What?" And then I kept trying to say something. You kept going. I was like, "Let me check to make sure my mic is still working." Nope, I had muted it.
Still no response from a person in chat. No eye blinking. No exclamation points. Put an emoji in there. It's okay. It's all right. It's no problem.
Well, going by now, there's only 2 of us watching.
Yeah. Someone else texted me that they were listening, but trying to complete a honey-do list.
Okay.
Where do we go today? Where do we go next?
Oh, here's another good, hard to find movie for you. White Dog.
I think we've discussed that before. It's available.
We did?
It's foundable.
I'm just saying it's hard to find. I didn't say it's impossible. I think I have a copy. Very good movie. You and I have discussed it.
Yes. It's available at Amazon, I think.
Where I got it.
01 51 10 White Dog. Let's look it up at the tube. Dear tube. When will you voice activate? Diddly 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 dee. Diddly 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 dee. That's how Eddie plays his guitar. Sung by Strong Bad. And White Dog.
1982.
There's a 1993 one about dancing. There's the theatrical trailer.
White Dog is 1982.
Yeah,
It has
but it's not
Christy
a
McNichols.
The Return in 14 sections. That now that we're referencing it, it's probably going to get itself blacklisted from tube.
Probably.
But that's all
But it
right.
had Paul Whitfield in it. Burl Ives. And you can tell that one picture right there with him and the white dog with a muzzle. That muzzle's not put on correctly.
White Dog, Amazon. It is available at Amazon on Criterion Collection DVD for a lot of price ranges. So and so, new and used. You can get it on Blu-ray for cheaper, maybe.
You don't say.
The chat box said, "Yay! Congrats on Friend's new baby." Wait for them to get of age before you take them to the grown up movies. And it is fulfilled by Amazon, but it is a different Amazon seller. I don't endorse. I don't know anything about any of it. I'm just putting it on the screen for anybody interested in White Dog or the White Dog, whatever it is.
White Dog. No, the.
Yay. And this is one of those world famous Criterion collections. For a while, the Criterion collection thing was extra special DVD stuff. I don't know if they still do it. Shall we ask? Criterion
And Sidney Poitier.
collection.
If you just want a feel-good movie, old black and white. Let me see if I can find the name of it. Sidney Poitier. believe it was from the 60s. Not long ship. After that one, it's a black and white movie. Brother John. City Port. Nope, it's not that one. Darn.
Not
Black and
that
white
one.
movie. Ah, here it is. Lilies of the Field with Sidney Poitier. He's traveling around looking for work, and his station wagon is overheating. So I'm going to guess it takes place in the Arizona, New Mexico, California desert somewhere. And he stops in to get this one place to get water, and it's where some German nuns have decided to set up, and they convince him to build a chapel. And it's the first movie I ever saw that I realized that Sidney Poitier actually had a voice, as far as singing voice.
Coming up on screen, it is available free with ads. YouTube, whatever they call it, premium, premiere, something. Subscribers
Yeah,
only have to watch ads at the very end. Free
it's a
with
very good.
ads
It's a good feel-good movie.
at the YouTube. Share, copy, put it in the link.
But what I was getting to is Paul Whitfield, who did White Dog with Nick. He did the sequel to Lilies of the Field.
Sydney. YouTube reports that I have seen all the way through on YouTube. The world famous. Coming up on screen. The Quick and the Dead, 1995. Free with ads. Go see it. I'm not putting a link in the log. Search it. To Sir, comma, with love, Roman numeral 2.
I didn't know there was a sequel.
1996. Free with ads,
Um,
unrated at the YouTube.
I might have to look that one up. I just don't remember it. And somebody named Lulu that did the song "To Sir with Love."
Oh, I don't know what that would be rated. So I'm not even going to look it up. I get a high rating numbers. Quick and the Dead.
Yeah,
8
Lulu.
out of 10.
To
8
Sir.
out of 10. Let's just say 8 out of 10. Maybe
The,
9
the
because of those special effects. Oh my gosh. There it is. Any of you who ever followed the amazing disappearing Dean's face space? I have said often, I refuse to call Kirsten Dunst by her name. I always call, if you hear me reference Marie Antoinette, and I'm not talking about the real one, I am talking about her. Fantastic movie. 9 out of 10.
But this original song "To Sir With Love" was done by Lulu, Lulu.
The original song that Marie Antoinette redid, the one on screen, not the real one, was done by the Vapors. And her version is quite the Japaneseified.
No,
Lots
you
of
say the
tuchus.
Vapors. That's like calling a band the Farts.
Because they're turning Japanese, they really think so. And I know I've seen Argo all the way through, but obviously
Say that you just reminds
YouTube
me of a song.
history doesn't have me down for these two.
Turning Japanese,
Argo and
turning
Marie
Japanese.
Antoinette.
People don't know what the song really means. Most people that listen to it or sing it, turning Japanese, do not know what they're talking about.
Yep.
It's about another word we can't use on YouTube.
Panchira. Panchu. No S word we can't say. No drugs, no wine, no women.
No
Non
songs.
gender specific. No fun, no you. No wonder it's dark. Fantastic movie. Marie Antoinette, 2006. Argo, pretty good. I can't be the only one. Speaking of ducks, donut operator, that every time they see this guy's name, thinks Aflac. Not a sponsor. I don't endorse him. I don't know anything about it. Never had their insurances.
I thought he died.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the
Or
original
maybe he
guy
did.
that did the. Oh, not him. The one you just circled. The original guy that did the Affleck commercials.
Oh, I don't know anything about it.
Not a
What a
sponsor.
weird middle name. You'll learn stuff every day. I'm not going to try to mangle that.
That weird comedian voice that like he thought. Not he. He's one of the two comedians that yelled a lot.
You must mean Sam Kinison.
Nope, the other one.
I don't remember the other one. No, I'm very distracted by, man, look at all these freeway ads, movies on the YouTube. Right here at home on YouTube. I don't know what that is. Don't care. 2 meals for Sister Sarah. Go see it.
Oh, that's another good one.
Shirley MacLaine. We talked about this one for a moment the other day. Jason Bourne. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't care. I just stick to the first couple. I thought about watching Deep Impact the other night. And then I thought different. I don't remember that much about it. I remember thinking slightly better than not good, not bad, just a movie, but don't ruin, don't look at it again. You might find out it's a bad movie. My eyes got distracted. Catch Me If You Can. Sandy-haired blonde from the Titanic movie. Can't think of his name right now. Very good movie about a true story. DiCaprio. That's his last name. I like a lot of the movies he's in. All of a sudden, for no good reason at all. I can't think of why. I cannot think of for any reason. Elizabeth, look away from the screen. I have a sudden desire to watch Licorice Pizza. I don't know why. Something sells in America and other westernized countries. Advertisers know this. And then we're supposed to say, shame on ourselves and go to seek counseling and guidance because, oh my God, oh my G word dash D, you're objectifying what appears to be identifies as a whammons. Listen, all you woke jokes. You show it, I'm gonna look. There we go. Let me get her off the screen.
Gilbert Godfrey, Gilbert Godfrey, who I was thinking of, did the
Hated
Affleck
him.
commercials.
No, I didn't know that was him.
He died in 2022.
Rip. Bye, Gilbert. I hate that. My condolences. How far are we in? 02. 06.
Some of this stuff, he was what I would call annoying.
God, I cannot think of a single thing that he was in, around, or whatever. And that's just me. Again, everybody. In my
He made a
horrible
great voice of the parrot in Aladdin.
God fried. Rip per GH. Sads. I don't wish that on anybody.
But yeah, Sam Kinison was another one.
Voice of Affleck. Was he really the voice of that?
No, he did some commercials with Affleck Duck. Might have been the voice of as well. I don't remember.
Yes, Gilbert Godfrey, the voice of the Affleck Duck, died after a long illness at the age of 67. Wow, I didn't realize he was that old.
Neither did I.
Godfrey was also known for voicing Lego, the parrot, in Aladdin. It's Peking duck, the same species that inspired the design of Donald Duck. Oh, so sad. Well, they got him in the can. Anybody who hasn't seen We Were Soldiers, Mel Gibson, Sam, what's his name, that everybody lovey-doveys. It's right here, free with ads. YouTube. Go see it.
Sam
so
Elliott?
many lines, yes.
What do you got against Sam Elliott?
I got nothing against Sam Elliott. I just said the Sam guy that everybody loves. Me too.
Okay. But say,
if you
I love
don't
his West.
love
I love it. His
Sam
Westerns.
Elliott,
I love his.
you're wrong.
I love his Westerns. I really do.
Let's timestamp it, just so we can be clear. 02, 08, 45. If you don't love, all caps, Sam Elliott, pause, you're wrong.
I was trying to remember the name.
Jack. That's from another one of those movies we talked about earlier.
The name of Sam Kinnison's wife, who was in those rock and roll music videos.
No clue. We Were Soldiers. Everybody go watch it. My favorite line. And ha ha. Most people won't get this one as their favorite line. Because there's so many. Well, there's actually two. But I guess we'll call it my favorite. Because it's not a tearjerker line. It's funny. The little girl says Methodists. Like it's spelled with an N. And my heart went pitter pat. I did not watch No Escape all the way through, but I left it there in the history so that I could go back and look at it later. Because I turned it on and fell asleep one fine day. No Country for Old Men. It's a pretty good movie. Rambo First Blood Part 2, 1985. So bad it's good, like all the Rambo movies. Or so good they're bad. However you want to word it.
Did you see the last one?
I don't believe so.
It was different.
Mississippi Burning. 9 out of 10. Very, if you're into this civil rights stuff, especially black or African American versus whites or Irish and WASP and other British Americans and German Americans stuff. Very good movie. Well, look, there it is. The movie. The one and only movie. Tombstone. Free with ads. Oh, Tombstone. I forgot you were here. Scrolling. Scrolling.
That is one of my favorite renditions.
There it is. Legend. 1986. We've discussed it before. It's in the thumbnail of
Yes.
my previous videos. There he is. Free. Free for you. Thank you, YouTube.
The Madness of King George is a interesting. Legend. Yeah.
Devil's Cannot, though. Apparently, I put it on. I don't remember it at all.
Technically, that was first Tom, though it show up after.
Your audio cut out a lot. Technically, that was what?
Technically, can you hear me now? No?
Yes.
Okay. Technically, that Legends was Tom Cruise's first movie, but it didn't come out till after Taps.
Taps is another great movie. 10 out of 10.
Hit little white balls with a club with an alligator on my tit. George C. Scott. Those of us that are anti-prep love that line. You had the jocks, the heads, the preppies, the geeks, and the anti. We're anti everything, which is not true because we're closer to being geeks or nerds. But we were too tough for anybody to call us that.
The other day I was trying to remember, and I don't remember. I think I did discuss it. No, I'm going to skip it again. It's a Big Short. I have no stars for right now. I don't remember. It's a good movie. Go watch it. 08, 9, 10 financial crisis stuff.
Samson Maya is another good.
Leo busted up again. What?
Sam Live, another path.
The audio is not getting it.
How about now?
I said, how about nut? There was a big noise. Uh-oh.
Better? Worse? No difference?
Yep, now it's fixed. Again, for a minute or two. Thanks,
Yeah.
software. Computers,
Old
hardware.
hardware.
Yeah, something.
I don't know if it's the hardware, the software, or the fact that I'm still using Spectrum, not a sponsor.
And no endorsement, no negative comments. Yeah. Oh,
So what were we
apparently I
saying?
tried to watch a 1995 William Baldwin, one of the other Baldwin brothers, and a Cindy Crawford movie called Fair Game, and stopped it.
The Mummy. That's a good series. I got all of them. A Knight's Tale. Don't like.
I just found out the other day, watching something else he was in, Free. It's another one. I should have written it down, and I didn't. But oh yeah, I didn't. I wrote it down in my brain. 10 Things I Hate About You movie with Heath Ledger.
Well,
It's his first American movie, and I said, man, that dude has a horrible accent. I thought he was from here. So I looked him up. No, he's Australian. I
yeah. The biggest
apologize. Rip condolences, Heath. I was like, are you British?
biggest thing I hate about The Knight's Tale is I'm a history buff, and I used to make medieval armor, and I look at that stuff, and I'm like, I go, what crud? I was
Yes.
going to use a different name, different word.
I think we're still allowed to say crap. I think.
Well, Fat Bastard is. That's the name of a character, YouTube. And Austin Powers.
And I mentioned it before in streams before. If you're into that stuff and into all the shining armors and the weaponries, I still don't think I have followed the channel. Sad adversity. If you're into that stuff, good King George, go give them a like, a follow. Help their algorithm. He was complaining not long ago. Please shut up. That there's a problem. No. They're trying to make almost daily content since 9 days ago. I'm close to giving up. Proof the
Yeah.
algorithm is determined to kill this channel. Just reading the screen, YouTube. KIA. Oh, 2. 18.
Back in the 80s, when I was really getting into the criminal justice field, late 80s, going through school the first time, I had a part-time job as I listed as metal fabrication because medieval armor maker, no one would understand. Metal fabrication they get. And polishing armor and grinding. I went to go for my application for the Secret Service and the FBI to be a fingerprint tech. I went into Fayetteville PD to get my fingerprints done because you had to have them done by someone. The problem is they took them, sent them off. They said they need new ones. Took them again. I took the letter back with me to PD. They showed it to them. They tried it again. They said, no, you're going to have to not work for a couple weeks so your fingerprints will grow back. Because apparently the rouge from polishing steel and they wore away my fingertips temporarily.
Yep.
Because they asked me, are you a mason? No. I work with metal, not brick. I was more of an apprentice, but so I got out do all the grunt work. That's when we also found out I was doing a pair of gauntlets articulated gauntlets. And the boss basically says, "You're not allowed to work with mild steel anymore. You can only work with stainless." Because overnight, everywhere I touched the metal, my fingerprints were etched into the metal in rust.
Holy moly.
That's some acidic sweat.
Yeah, I have the same problem. Especially with my G words. Even when I
Yes.
take them immediately home and wash them and give them a good bath with several chemicals that are supposed to prevent that.
Yep.
They rust and they pit.
I know. I just pulled my Ruger out, Blackhawk, and I was having to clean it severely and rim oil it.
No sponsors. Could be.
I wish.
We would absolutely do product placements. I do recommend it. Without any benefit. Just yep.
Remington rim oil. And their wipes. The Remington silicone wipes.
Yep. Infused.
But wear gloves. Because the
Yes.
stuff feels awful.
They all the manufacturers of G words. It's a handheld or otherwise. Yeah, they're all handheld. You know, the G word, 3 letters we can't
Long
say
arm and
anymore.
short arms. Long arm and short arms.
I put it on the screen. Man, I coughed something. I don't know what happened. Cleaning, recommend DW and GH. And I gotta buy myself a new keyboard. This one keeps missing keys.
You have to buy a keyboard?
Yes.
What's with all the ones in storage?
I wouldn't know where in storage they are, and I'm very particular about my keyboards.
Yeah, so am I. No sponsor, but I use Logitech. Excuse me. I use Logitech. Their wireless keyboard. I love it.
For
In fact,
anybody who's interested,
one I'm
trick I
using is
found out by accident out of frustration. There is what is known as a 12 gauge shot G word. If you use one, you will foul or filthify the barrel with one shell through it. So you might as well break your bank and go use the thing. If you're going to do one shell through it, or 5, or 10 for PPSB/BLET qualifications, take you a box of hundreds and go put in your work. Because they are a nightmare to clean, especially inside. Down the tube, they say. And one day, out of utter disgust and frustration about, we'll just scrubby dubby this and scrubby dubby that, and do all this and do all that, and brass brushes and the other thing, and When you're all finished and your swabs designed for big tubes like that finally come out clean and free of debris, then put a light coating of oil down the tube.
Yep.
And
No.
20 hours later, with your arms and shoulders wore out and screaming bloody murder because it never comes out free of debris. They're filthy things. Filthy dirty. One day I was just ferociously insane and squirted probably 25 cents worth of mine. And I'm sure it costs more these days. Spray. Again. And it was on the screen. It'll be on the screen again. Even at a higher price because it's from, I guess, there is better than theirs. None of these are sponsors or anything, and I don't endorse anyone. I don't understand why is over here and over here $12 and over here is $6.39. Is it the same amounts? I don't know. Maybe this is half the size. Doesn't matter.
No, well, with one of them being sold by Midway, not a sponsor, I would say not the same size can.
The 1 ounce not spray bottle, not discussing that right now. I don't use it. I'm talking about this spray bottle, 10 ounce right here. Available at the W Star place. 1062. $9.99. $8.49. No preference. Only preference for this stuff. And here's my number one reason. Besides all, it just works magic. Not for anything else. Whatever. When it comes to
Comes to
12 gauge S, not poop, a different SH asterisk T. See what you do to us cancel culture people?
GOON, goon.
Yeah, that. Do yourself a favor. G words people of planet Earth with the big bores. Get you a good can, shake it up a lot, run that brass brush through that barrel a couple times to loosen up stuff from the side walls or the wrap around circle walls, and squirt you, if you paid full price, that price, first one on the list, squirt you about $1 worth of that stuff down that hole and let it sit a minute. And then wipe it clean and watch it mirror and sparkle. And oh my gosh, how did this happen? Why did no one ever tell me before? I spent hours trying to get it clean and free of debris, and when the swabs come out perfectly without, it's magic.
Yes, another good one that won't cost you as much is brake cleaner.
I don't. It gives me horrifying bloody noses and headaches, so I don't mess with the brake cleaner. But I had already tried. Sometimes in life, make a good friend of your auto mechanic, because I had already tried taking the 12 gauge poop G word, the other SH star T. Let's call it shout. Shout. Shout it on out. I'll tell you someday why about turning in your reports, taking your time, let someone else read behind you and correct your spelling. A security officer in North Carolina turned in his report about using the G word to defend himself lawfully, honestly. Never any charges came, not even accusations of you have to go before the board. Questionable. Everything on the up and up, except that when he sent in a report, he said, let me paraphrase this and make it different. The bad guy attacked me. I shout him. Please, everybody, get someone else to read your reports. Don't say it to the TVs. Oh my gosh. Shout G words. Very magic. But anyway, a friend of mine is an auto mechanic, owns his own auto mechanic shop. I sent the barrel to my friend's shop, and him and his employees sprayed it with lots of brake cleaner. And he said, come get this thing, man. We can't get it clean.
He must have not been holding his mouth right. It works wonders for me. But I either have to have my air breath going to suck all that stuff out, or I hand it to the lovely wife to take outside and spray it down.
None of those
But then I also
problems and none of the fume problems. I don't
that
spray the rim oil inside either. Because I don't want that oily silicone based stuff over everything I own. Duh. But magic. Can't recommend it enough. As for everything else on planet Earth, I do know.
and it definitely beats hop.
I have used much of number 9, not engine, the other stuff. Not a sponsor. Not knocking them. You can go look at your own videos and see other people just have better luck with it than me. I don't hold my teeth right.
Yeah.
Or cleaner. Number 9. And I don't know how to say it. Is it hops? Is it hoppies? Is it hoppies? I
No,
don't know. I
it's
don't
hop.
care.
Hop.
Ask the Google bar how to pronounce it. Of course, they don't just have a break it down into its individual sounds. I don't need a 1 minute, 21-second video. Thank you, video producer. See, my problem is I don't have one of those special paid YouTube accounts, so I can't just be clicking these. It comes with 3 audio pronunciations, 2 meanings, 3 translations, 13 cents, whatever. Someone go figure it out. Say it how you want to. No matter what I say, I always get corrected, especially at the G word range. And I promise you, I don't care. We either got muted again or your audio quit altogether.
I haven't said anything yet.
Oh, okay.
I was listening to you.
Oh, okay. Um, I need to drift again for a minute. You got something you want to yap about while I get drifted again?
I don't know.
Should we just put up the BRB screen? Take a break, both of us? I
That would
found
work because
something
I
the
got.
other day. Let me find something I found the other day. And I don't remember where it was. Pay attention. Make yourself a note. I probably made myself a note. Maybe you have to go to your channel. And then go to your vidges. Opens a new tab. And then you go to is it the library? Oh, look at this. Free to use stuff. At the YouTube. You agree with their terms and conditions. Should we learn more? No, because I have to pee. Can we say that anymore? I have to let her after.
How about urinate?
I don't remember if this first screen. License. You can use this in any of your videos, including videos that you monetize. No attribution is required. There we go. So we're going to click play. Loud, that's loud.
I'll be right back.
And then I was returned. I missed it by that much. The little index finger and thumb, tiny little microscopic space from Get Smart way back in the 60s or 70s television show. I saw. Oh, no, thank you. It auto played the next one. I saw the end of Silent Night, which will always lead to. For those who didn't know, I used it because I had to letter after O significantly. There was an old British punk and roll band. And it's too much of a romp down memory lane. 1978. Ever fallen in love with someone you shouldn't have fallen in love with? One of their favorites. Oh, Word Addict. Another one of their favorites. Probably every one of their songs is one of my favorites. Dang. Harmony. I spent all of my life not paying attention to the words, not clicking anything, not getting a link. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. We use Silent Night during the break. Whether I ever knew it was harmony and just put it out of my mind, the way they sing it, the way it sounds, and the way I interpreted it, because it made me giggle doing the wordplay, is that if you twist the word holiday, and we already talked about Tombstone, free on TubeTube, go see it. Holiday, hollow day in my head. Like my head's hollow. Every day's a hollow day in my head.
You're doing
What got me thinking about that while I was BRBing, getting rid of old beverage, getting new beverage, was it the other day during the stream, a fine young person in this world, probably my age, but because pronouns ascertained, she is woman. She's always younger than me, forevermore. Anyway, during the stream a couple of days ago, she texted me something, something. And she is also very, very religious, of a certain religious. And we ended up having a discussion later. Because she said, in spite of, or maybe joking, because we had discussed about it in class time we spent together recently, that we both hate, and I'm from the land where they invented it, California, that you're not allowed to say anything about the holidays at all except happy holidays, I guess. Unless you're a miserable, self-pitying, depression, my ADHD, play your own little violin for yourself, hateful person, then go ahead and have that version of a holiday too. But she had said, I just wanted to wish you a good holiday season! Exclamation point. And listening to Silent Night, or thinking about listening to it, because I let it play while I was on the break, I was thinking, how dumb is it that I purposefully stopped myself and said, back in my day when I was a child and hadn't had no raising by the nanny state, by a bunch of 17-year-old girls, non-gender specific, whose daddies put them in college before they were 16. But it ain't about the money. Participation trope. We used to call that Christmas music. Back on the reservation. Now you can't say anything to me. Because I'm a godless heathen savage. Something about the war-loving ways to the destruction of all something. I don't know. Go look up the July 4th document that we were mocking discussing in its wonderful perfectness a time ago. But anyway, that's what was on my mind during break. Is, man, you know how aggravating it is in this world that I can't say,
Yes,
hey, did you know that that's Christmas music? Again, if you don't like that word, then call your congresspersons and get them to finish the genocide of the Native American and use Public Law 280 to make us all shut up and stop speaking our native tongues. Go see the share thing. I know someone else did it. I used to have the words written out several times, and one was taped to my window. I wonder if my brother remembers that. Because it's California. You don't need much, and it's a long, long story that I don't think I'm going to get into except maybe one day later. But I said something about it once. There was a, a projectile, the projectile part of a cartridge that gets utilized in a G word hole in the window in what had become my bedroom.
oh, that thing that was invented by a Frenchman called
Yes.
poulet.
Yeah, it's that cartridge. The projectile part is the part that flies out the front of the G word and through the air or whatever. Well, it passed all the way through somebody's noggin and blew out that window. But it had decelerated. It was just a little hole with that puckered, weird. The exit side is a bigger perfect circle than the entrance side in that glass. But it's sunny Southern California. We didn't have to go get a bunch of special plug the whatever. I took a sheet of paper and wrote all the lyrics of
Queen of New Orleans.
Indian Reservation by Paul Revere and the Raiders.
Another very good band.
So I wrote all of those lyrics on an 8.5 by 11 sheet of paper and used packing tape to cover that hole from the inside and taped it up so that the outside air wouldn't come inside. And that's all it takes
Now
in
that
sunny Southern California.
now that I know you're in Nepal revering the Raiders, how about Redbone?
Yeah, that's another one. Could we please have our words back? But the reason I got in on this is because here it is. It's coming up on the screen. Zoomy zoom zoomed. In my native tongue. You crazy college girls that run our whole United States of America these days with your feelings. That
Feeling
was not
nothing
called
more than
holiday themed musics from the stupid or RE, another R word we're not allowed to say anymore, but except when you young whippersnappers say it about us boomers, us old people, you're okay. We're not okay. Well, you must be speaking your native tongue. My mother would wash your mouth out with soap. Or mine. Your modern English, not the man, they are fantastic. 10 out of 10. Stop the World and Melt with You from the movie Valley Girl. 10 out of 10. But that's what I was thinking about walking down the hallway. It's amazing how fast even a slow old boomer R regarded brain can operate through. Why can't I say Christmas music? Go do something with your lives, young people.
well, I got a question. Is there such a thing as called Hanukkah music? Or
There is very much so Jewish music, the one that everybody knows, and all the comedians back in the day used to be able to just kind of have fun with it. Like you might
uh-huh.
find it goofy in a movie that's marked as comedy before we all were so offended about everything. Got to go
What
shopping. Check
dreidel,
in, went
dreidel,
home.
dreidel?
Yes.
Didn't they do that one on South Park?
They've done it on a lot of. I don't even remember how to spell it. Dreidel song use in movies. Sorted by popularity ascending. You can go search it at the IMDb. Round and Round 2023. Never heard of it. For your consideration. 2006. Frozen Adventure 2017. And that's not funny. That's, I think. Anyway, there's a lot of movies. I made it out of clay. With my dreidel, I will play. But I had put, again, Gone for All Eternity. It was meant to be. So we could move on and do this stuff. Jewish holiday songs. From Spotify, you can go listen to them. Not a sponsor, not an. It's a source I found through the Google bar. No offense, Google. I still call you that because when you were born, we could install you as a plug-in and make you our preferred search engine in Internet Explorer or any of the others. And it was called the Google bar plugin. Search. Easy search up in the bar. But yes, there's lots of sources as results if you type Jewish holiday songs. I had done a thing on my Facebook about some very famous Jewish slash Israel slash Hebrew, mostly women. I'm biased that way. I like them better. Singers and songs. Going home. If it said I'm going home, I would think it was the late night double feature picture show. But it's not. All that happens. Come on, fingers. Yeah. Half breed is a share song that me and my family can associate with because we're mostly we're mutts, mostly. Or what once upon a time, natives of America, meaning the white man, because they were born here. I get in trouble, probably got in trouble for that too on my Facebook. I said, wait, this Native American or Native of America stuff you keep saying, where was this person born? Oh, Chapel Hill. Then aren't they a native of America? Shut up. That's just me. If I messed up somehow, remember, it's my native tongue. And go cancel share. I'd like to see you wokes, you LGBTQ plus IAs, cancel your own goddess. Not a sponsor. Definitely an endorsement. Share. Yay. Could I please start calling that the C word mass music again? That one too. Jingle bells. But the yin part of this whopping goofy yang that tangent I ran off on. If you go to your audio library underneath your channel, they have many the free for use of about 1,520 musics or sound effects or both. I'm pretty sure as long as you credit or the bot will figure out that that's what it is and auto credit it for you. I haven't discovered yet. It's on a to-do list. Thank my significant other. Are you just letting me babble? Or
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Well, as we're going down these things, let's talk about this. Because we did glance across the topic. Oh, 2, 59. Oh, oh. Credit slash free music. How does that work, broad? I don't know how to spell it. On remind by use of free in your stuff. How does it work? Tombstone. We already talked about Tombstone. We're going to talk about it again. The John Cash man comes around. The other day, within the last 2 days. The significant other knowing that 5 million hearts for both came up with this to me, and she said, I didn't know that that movie had that song in it. It didn't. She didn't fully understand that this is a fan flick. I can't let it play. Autoplay is blocked. But see, she does listen to me occasionally. She remembered. How to. No, no.
Hey, Johnny.
No, you must not.
What I missed
Shut
in
up.
Mina?
Shut up. Shut up. Shh. I overtalked it. I transformed it. How do you embed this? Does YouTube automatically do it with a link to YouTube Music? Uh-oh. Wife calling. Hold the line, please.
Oh no. What shall we ever do without Dean? I don't know. I don't want to even think about it. I don't do that. There's nothing I can't say to his face, that's for sure. But yeah, we need this. Oh, what you said offended me. I want you thrown off the stage or canceled. That's got to go. Just because you don't like it and you find it offensive, I think we need to say, get over yourself, grow up. Because someone else might find it funny and see the humor in what you find offensive. And you might learn something about people. Amount of ignorance that's out there baffles me. And when I mean ignorance even amongst educated people. Or what they want to call educated people. People with higher degrees in paperwork. In other words, mommy and daddy were rich enough, they sent them on to graduate school. Not everybody has money to go to graduate school. I know I didn't. So I just have to suffer through my BA. Oh well. The only graduate school I even thought about going to was the seminary. Then I went, nope, not for me. After talking to my dad, who had already done it. Everything okay, Dean?
Yes, a computer is making a loud noise.
Does
So
it
it's
mean you need
probably
to go
got a
down?
fan dying. No, I told her I would go maybe later tonight, maybe tomorrow. Nothing I can do about it.
What size fan?
Don't know.
Okay. Give me a call to let me know when you do know. I might have a few. But then again, you probably have a few yourself.
Or not going down that road. Bit of song
Okay.
music in your description. Is it auto? Auto? Magic? Questions? Oh. Anyway, that was another thing on the. Get it in the can. Get it on video. Get it in the timestamps
No,
on the to-do list. How do you make the YouTube music and the thing, the direct link to the song like this on the screen for the last couple minutes appear in your description? We'll find out someday. Not this day, someday.
I mean, it's just like when you're talking about cancel culture, woke culture, whatever, the people being offended on your behalf.
Or you
I
not
mean,
just you just what you need is shutting up. You need to be re-educated, not no relation to Hillary.
yeah, well, I'm just saying a prime example is the Washington Redskins when they stopped being the Washington Red, offended nobody really that you would think of, and they took the picture off the side of their helmets, which did offend the original family of the person that's a drawing of, as well as his band, tribe, slash whatever.
Nation originals, whatever. What? No offense meant, but I am one. I can claim
Well, I'm
that they
just
they
saying.
didn't teach me right in the engine schools.
Did you ever go to one of those? I know
No,
they were
they
still existing up until the 90s. I think was when the last one closed.
no. My grandfather was forced into that. That's what the whole Cherokee Nation song is about, teaching their English to their young.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Quite familiar with the song.
And so,
See,
all you young people, get over it. You activate all of my PTSDs with your. If you would just stop being you.
I agree with what the Navajo Nation's doing. Is at the same time they are learning Navajo, they are learning English. It's just a separate class. But then again, studies have found that if the earlier you start to teach a foreign language, the easier it is for that student person to learn a second language. So if they, that's one reason, so many kids can speak Spanglish because they show it on the PBS TV.
I like it.
Like,
And in the modern era, it was regular TV. It was Dora the Explorer and her little friend Diego.
yeah,
But
which I
I
find
already
cute.
we discussed earlier. I think I put it up there. Think I put a timestamp. The Via Alegre, Happy Village.
Yeah.
It was designed to help Spanish speakers in Southern California and Texas and Arizona. Maybe I don't know. I was from Southern California. I thought that was the whole universe. That's how us
Well,
kids do.
believe it or not, my grandmother Hence uh, spoke three languages. Well, maybe more. The three I know about was English. That's her primary language. German. That was because of my grandfather's parents, who still spoke German, even though they had been here for over almost 100 years. Uh, and Spanish, and she learned to speak Spanish by teaching English and how to read to Mexican immigrants. And she did that as a volunteer. But because of it, she learned to speak and read Spanish. I mean, she had a high school grasp of Castilian Spanish. I think that's what they call it, that you learn in high schools. And she might have spoke a little French.
Probably very offensive in that, but being from North Mexico until 1849 or whatever, I don't. Let me not be rude to the home state. Sounded. Was California
I mean,
founded, says the Google bar.
my
When was
grandmother was doing
California
my
made
grandmother was
a
doing this in the
state?
50s. She was teaching English to Spanish speakers in the 50s.
There I had overcredited them. Until 1850. California. I love the way Arnold Schwarzenegger says it, and I can't mimic him good saying it. Somebody make him the governor of there again, just so I can hear
Why?
him say California again a lot.
Somewhere there's a rumor about him going to run for the Senate. And I'm not sure I really agree with that, him running for the Senate.
But I said 1849 or whatever. Until 1850. All the way up the left coast was considered northern Mexico, or the northern Spanish missions, because they sure as heck wouldn't say colonies back then. Spain was an empire back then. Go ask the Moors or the Moroccans. Was Spain democracy spreading from the 1300s to the 2000s, or were they some other thing? Again, unable to use the words. What does conquistador mean? Conqueror. Just saying. Don't get offense. But anyway, back in the days, all of us from there, we didn't call it textbook Spanish. We call it Spain Spanish. That's what they teach you in school is Spain Spanish. It has no use on the streets of Los Angeles.
Yeah. Because it was in February 2nd, 1848, that Mexico lost California. Because they lost the war. But we still paid them for it. That's the part I don't grasp.
Reparations. Everybody needs their reparations.
No, I'm just saying we fought them again on the side of the state of Texas when a river changed directions, and since the treaty was talking about the river was the border, Mexico tried to claim, well, since the river changed direction, of course, the land had moved. Therefore, now that belongs to Mexico according to the treaty. And Texans went, it don't work that way. And that was from 1846 to 1848. 1 year, 9 months, 1 week, 1 day. And that is also where the American generals had to send the Texas Rangers back to Texas because they were too vicious. And that's where you get the saying, remember the Alamo. It became very popular.
Remember the Alamo.
In fact, Mexico, because of that, the Texas already won its independence. So whoever's doing their Wikipedia page need to cut it out. Mexico lost. Present day California, New Mexico, Utah, Nevada, Arizona, parts of Colorado, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Wyoming. And we paid them $15 million. We being the United States.
We bought it fair and square. See all the Louisiana Purchase and the what's the old legend? Can't buy that for $1. I'd buy that for $1, says the RoboCop movie. There's some kind of legend or rumor. Is it the Brooklyn Bridge?
Oh,
What
that's an old saying. If you believe
rumored?
that, I got a bridge in Brooklyn to sell you.
What
I'll let you have
rumored
it for $1.
bridge was sold for $1?
There was a guy, he used to go around New York claiming he was the king of Brooklyn.
Yeah,
He kept trying to sell the bridge.
it's coming up on the screen where he repeatedly sold the Brooklyn Bridge. I don't know. I think you're right. It's just something I can't find it. Some garbage that people grown ups used to say. Some stuff unconfirmed. I confirm. I promise you, intertubes. I remember because everybody said it. That supposedly some bridge or passage or something. Them not so very sophisticated engines gave it up for $1.
Oh, I don't know about an engine, but they did the Dutch did purchase Manhattan for equivalent to these days would have been $10 worth of stuff, beads and stuff.
According to legend, Dutch colonist Peter Minuit purchased Manhattan from the local Algonquin Indians in 1626 for the equivalent of $24. Well, maybe that's what got turned down to a bridge for $1 all the way across the country and continent in California in the 1970s and 80s.
Oh, they're the UB tubes and the social media are back to wanting to give the island off of San Francisco, the prison, San Quentin, back to the Indians again.
Alcatraz?
Yeah,
Whatever.
exactly. You want to go live at Alcatraz, Dean?
No, thank you. Ernest Hemingway said famously, Ernesto Hemingway on San Francisco. The streets of San.
Oh, I used to love that show.
He said, the coldest winter I ever saw was the summer I spent in San Francisco. And me and cold don't get along. So, no.
Back in 76, 77, my brother got transferred to San Diego, and he was thinking it's Southern California, it's supposed to be warm. So he left all of his winter clothing behind at the house, except for one uh, Revoir cloak that mom had just made for him. And so when he got to the barracks in San Diego, the only thing he had to keep warm because he got there on a Sunday and the supply offices he wasn't open was that cloak that mom had made for him out of two layers of wool.
That's another geographic shock. People from not there, especially from East Coast people. get to Khalifa, and they've heard all this stuff and seen all the movies, and the sun shines and the grass grows all the time.
And oranges everywhere.
Yeah, it's 72 to 78 degrees and high 60s at night. And everything's wonderful, wonderful in sunny Southern California. Not so much, because the way the ocean turns. The ocean is freezing cold.
And he happened to fly in on one of the coldest days in 10 years into San Diego.
And the wind blows in off the ocean mostly at night, mostly. And water colds things more than just cold, and certainly more than air. That ocean breeze makes people goosebumpily, blue, and teeth chattering. This is why on the beach on the sand, what would be considered by most people's standards quite the obscene, lewd, perhaps, bathing suits and bikinis for the men's and the women's. But when they go anywhere near the water, they put on a thick, full body, rubber insulated wetsuit.
Yeah, it's funny because the beaches of North Carolina at the same time of year, the water is much warmer than it is in California.
Always and forever, because the way oceans stir
Yeah, and the fact that we have
is
the Gulf Stream.
clockwise. So all of North Carolina's ocean water comes up from Florida. All of
And
California's comes down from the glaciers.
yep. I think it was Billy Collins was talking about when he was a kid and they would go to the beach. He says it's not like going to the beach here in California. You go to the beach, you wear your woolens and your wellies because you step water in that northern that Scottish Ocean, you're gonna freeze your cojones off.
Ocean water temperature in San Diego, according to AI Overview, ranges from the low 50s in the winter to the low 70s in the summer. The record high was 78.6. Oh my gosh. What?
Start
That was in
going
18.
body when I was 13, going body surfing in Myrtle Beach on Easter.
Yep. That is some very cold water, and it's worse, worse, worse when you've adjusted or adapted or acclimated your human body, because that's what it does, to the 90 plus degrees out there on the sand. So all of your body is operating on a we're hot mode. And then you go jump into that 60 something degrees or less, or less, or less ocean water. Yep. Where, let's see. Wrightsville Beach water temp. 81 to 84. July 20th. It's the hottest days. What is it today? 58.1. Nice and warm. Cool significantly during the winter months. Today, the water temperature in Wrightsville Beach is 60.8. So saith the interwebs. Oh boy. We did geography. We did waterography.
Yeah, but that breeze coming off that 68-degree water will freeze your what's it off.
Yeah. But it's a dry heat, man. Oh boy. Man, we did good.
Yep.
We did a lot of topic hopping. But we stuck to movies for a long time. We did a whole lot of movie stuff.
And more to go at another time.
But wait, there's more. There was other stuff I was supposed to be didding. I did some more stuff. What was on my mind? Try to keep the log for the pinned comment. Working on it. I'm just dealing with it, man. I'm just dealing with it. Today's thumbnail image is brought to you by the movie Platoon. I may have already mentioned it. 1986. 10 out of 10. Oh, next. Next. Where do you want to go today? Technology failures.
Oh, I don't know about today, but at some point, I would like the software dean to try and experiment by loading. There's supposedly ways you can load Windows 11 on older machines that run Windows 10.
No. The answer is no.
You won't do it?
Mm. That is time extremely wasted. Because
Okay.
just because you can get the daggone thing to boot, that's and I can't ever remember the word. If somebody knows the word of the psychology of you did a thing in secret in the darkness just to prove to yourself and no one else and pat yourself on the back that you
Well,
did this
supposedly
thing.
Microsoft has the directions on how to do it.
They're protecting people, I guess, from themselves. Because the fact that you can make that thing boot means nothing to me because it was designed for newer, bigger, better, faster hardware with more RAMs. You're going to put yourself through a torture test with a computational device. That's on you. I
I
don't
was
try to play those games.
well,
How many blue screens of death do you want to look at? A fatal exception has occurred. 0x080 something. I don't remember all those codes. Back in the good old days. The blue screen of death. BSODA. Fatal exception occurred. 0x means hex.
apparently the only thing that this desktop does not have that would allow me to run Windows 11 is the security 2.0. I have 1.2. Other than that, it's just going in the BIOS and taking it off of legacy and putting it onto a special and a certain one of the other security settings.
Mm. Win 11 tricks to run on old/non-supported hardware. Yeah, it's what is the besides crazy psychological term for? I'm asking the whole wide world, and maybe you know, George. You know a lot of stuff I don't know.
You know a whole lot of stuff I don't know.
Doing a monumentous, and they invented it for computers, and mainly they had once upon a time monumentous task with total anonymity, just so, and I know I hear you guys all, just so that talking about the red squiggles. You can say only to yourself that you did a thing. And I don't know if it's IE or EG. I'm going to use EG because I feel like it. If I'm wrong, like, subscribe, bell thing, comment below. EG, hacking, like graffiti. There used to be weblogger posts. There used to be all kinds of stuff. Anonymity. Monumentous. Monumento spacebar EUS. What? Why are you doing this to me, spell checker? Monuments. Is that not a word? Monumentous?
Wow. Your voice just all of a sudden the mic got deeper.
I lean real in close. Is that better? Am I doing good? Doing a. Is it really not a word? Giant. Ah. And somewhere I probably have from. Gosh, it was right there. Let me scroll back. At 06 minutes and 30 seconds, I discussed my TMJ, and that's a extreme oversimplification. Why I'm refreshing this is because I'm having cognitive problems right now today. Fatigue, stress, and other things play a role in everything you do in your life. We're going to oversimplify it, say it's simply TMJ. For approximately 72 hours now, I have been suffering level 10 out of 10 pain. Maybe more than 72. I don't know. I can't math right now. I'm getting by at 7 out of 10 because I have taken way more aspirin than I usually take in my life, and I don't take any other kind of over-the-counter or RX medications. Nope, not saying nothing about any of that, except that I just personally don't.
Going according to Windows 11 system checkup, the only thing I do not have is the Trusted Platform Module version 2. And the system firmware, which is the UEFI, United Accessible Firmware Interface and Module Interface of BIOS. I just have to put that in. But the only thing I don't have on my computer at this second is the Trusted Platform Module version 2. I have version 1.2. does. Under processor, 1 gigahertz or faster with 2 or more cores. I have 4 cores and they're 3.7. RAM, 4 gig. I have 32. 64 gig. I have more than that. Graphics card compatible with DirectX 12, which is what I'm running right now, or later with WDDM 2.0 drive. I have a Microsoft account. I'm running a more recent version of Windows 10.
See,
Anywho,
this is another one of those. It's coming up on your screen. Crud that rattles around in the heads of people that lived in this industry. Deeply embedded ownership of several computer stores, businesses, whatever, consultancies. Once upon a long time ago, Microsoft was working, allegedly, reportedly, etc., with Intel to make Windows run okay or better on certain Intel chips. And at the same time, it's all up there on the screen. At the same time, making Windows run absolutely horrifyingly slow and intermittent crashes and failures, including those fatal blue screens of death, if they had an AMD processor. It's often referred to as planned obsolescence. I don't care what their screen says. I don't care what their whatever says. I've been through this for 40 years. If they say no, then it's you banging your head against some mad bugger's wall. It's a Pink Floyd song. Trying to figure out how, if possible, I can make it happen. I can make it go. I promise you, you can't. What you've got is working. Don't try to upgrade it to death. Go back and listen to the previous podcasts. It's an acceptance we must accept in our life that for right this minute, hopefully we can change that through tubes or something else, or I don't know what, George. Something that when we want the latest Windows and we want it to run semi-assuredly, we'd be like, let's go dump these computers off on the local charity, and not for additional write-offs, because poor people need computers too. But just because we want better, and we need write-offs. That's a very luxurious American thing, to not be the working class poor, if we're allowed to say that anymore. The getting by class. That we can just run out like everybody else and sling on daddy's credit card. The latest, greatest update with, uh, you spent $300 on your computer. I spent $300 on the NAS for mine, and $1,000 on the video card that doubles as an AI GPU. You should see the 72-inch monitors I have. But anyway, back to that one. And they designed it back in the day. I worked with, I was trying to figure out who the heck that was. APA. Yes. The American Psychological Association. None of the above. Whatever that means, sponsors, endorsements, and anything else. They are who they are. They've been around a while. Probably 20 plus, maybe more years ago. Well, they were white papering and peer reviewing and going through stuff. And hey, all you computer nerds, would you help us out with this, with the technology discussions? And it was an open thing where people could more freely admit that because they had a PhD, they weren't the catch-all end-all of everything in the world. And I can't find it. I can't remember it. The APA came up with the psychological terminology, not a diagnostic, just a word they use in their industry and their jargon for people who overcome just so that they can prove it to themselves. And their example was like some hackers. This is long before Anonymous ever existed. Like hacking, like going in or writing a virus that's never going to come back to you. You're wrecking millions of people's computer and digital experience just to be able to tell yourself and nobody else, man, I did that. Like graffiti. Somebody answer in the comments what that many, many moons ago. But don't be fooled. Don't be. That's a rabbit hole of epic proportions, George, where somebody at Microsoft, some mean spirited, make six figures team each, six figures team of programmers and hacksaws that work for the great big Microsoft silently giggle to themselves every time somebody forces the new Windows onto old hardware and suffers for it. They get their jollies off it. They're bullies. Microsoft purposely slows down your computer. That was 4 years ago, according to the Reddit. Flora. After 2 to 3 years, Microsoft Windows will start. I don't know what to believe about that. Even though this is written in modern times, this is, again, to us tech nerds. Oh, I'm a true believer in the. Are they really doing that? Yes, here they are. Here they did. The Wintel. See, it even had a name. The Wintel Partnership. U.S. Department of Justice integrated these allegations. It was very important. But this right here, why is Microsoft slowing down other web browsers and forcing Bing and Edge Viewer 2 on customers who bought Windows 11? Because number one, poor person. Let me try to answer you in React content mode, not clicking on the Microsoft community. And I do have a Microsoft community account somewhere. I don't remember what it is that I can't answer, and you wouldn't want to hear it anyway. They're not. They just don't care. The new stuff is optimized for Windows. Go back to the 1990s, 5 or 6, or maybe it was 4. I don't remember. And look at the Netscape Navigator versus Microsoft problems, lawsuits, everything else. Back then, they were intentionally doing it. Now, I don't believe they're intentionally slowing down other web browsers. They are intentionally not giving a damn. Ding, dang.
Darn.
Yeah, that. Thank you, sir. Why are they forcing Bing and Edge Viewer 2? Go watch my 2 days ago video as I ranted. Why did they promise me on October 8th that this is the last thing that your Windows 11 ever qualifies for? And then 2 months later, force me into an update that allows me to have free forced updates. Because they're Microsoft. You think you bought Windows 11? You did not buy Windows 11. You cannot buy it. You pay a rental fee, and in it, go read the EULA, End User Authorization License Agreement. I know, I mangled it. It means End User License Agreement. EULA, EULA. You invite this devil into your home when you choose not to use a free alternative or Linux or Android. There are many Google/Android laptopy computers and everything else. Apple products, other operating system softwares. Don't ask me. Don't. And I'm amazed Microsoft allows it. See how little they care? On their own forums, people accuse them of doing this or that, and they don't bother to dispel it. Why? Because they don't care. You believe what you want to believe. Doesn't affect their bottom lines and their stock prices. If you own 3% of the shares and sent that exact message into the shareholders meeting, they would answer that question. Otherwise, peasant be gone. I don't mean to speak for you, Microsoft. I know you don't say things like that. I promise. I'm being smarmy because I have bad pain in my face. Apple got accused of it not long ago as well. Apple famously, just by version number and age, obsoletos your very expensive Apple products. You are out of luck. Talk about renting the stuff under the name, the misnomer of purchase. Planned obsolescence. They've been sued for it. As late as. See, I don't play favorites. Sourcely, I'm not running a server app on my iPhone. Just taking photos and texting, and it's lagging severely. Well, guess you should have read some online Apple support community threads before you bought that Apple product. Sorry. Pragmatic. Look, it's no better at Microsoft. All right. The third major player, who isn't that big of a major player, I don't think. Sorry, Google. I may be wrong. Let's find out. Android OS. Planned obsolescence. According to the Reddit, and this could well be somebody at Google on the Android development team answering this at Reddit, you would never know. They say no. And that's on phones. Remember, Android runs on tablets, laptops. Manufacturing strategy of making devices break or making them outdated via other methods 3 years ago. Has to do with smartphones, doesn't say whether or not. I have a very out of date cell phone, purchased very cheap. It last updated its Android OS to number 12. I don't know where we're at now, but it doesn't tell me things like, you can't look at YouTube or you can't do this. Your web browser is not supported. The Chrome on it keeps updating and keeps on working. I haven't tried alternate web browsers. iDevices, not so much. And I don't know anything about the used to be Windows Phone OS. I don't know what they call that anymore. It does not appear to be, according to the complaining news of the internet search results, as big a deal with Android as it is in the other big two. What percent of desktop? Sorry for the typos. Trying to take the pain. Computer OSs are Android. Yep, that one. Microsoft Windows is the most popular for desktop computers, 73% of the market share. Apple's Mac OS has 15%. Desktop Linux has 4.5. Chrome OS, sorry, I called it Android. I apologize, Google. I don't keep up enough. Chrome OS has 2.25. So 2.25%. And I promise you, George, if you can, I don't know if you can download that or not. You could probably find a live USB bootable of the latest. Does Chrome OS have a live disk? Chrome Flex, Chrome OS Flex has a live boot option, so you could try it before you buy it, which I still don't think it. Create a USB installer from Google Help support documents. I've never researched this or cared about it before. Make yourself a boot disk, boot on it, check it out. Your thing that won't run Windows 11 might run Chrome OS just fine. Last time I ever looked at these percents, Apple was much further ahead than Android. Yay, that was a good tangent. I still wish somebody would help me remember what is that freaking term they invented a million years ago for why people do seemingly evil or weevil things without trying to take credit for it or get notoriety and fame. They just want to know for themselves they did it. Hmm. Shall I play more music and take a break, George? What do you think?
Well, it's almost 6, and I know your wifey's going to want to come home and have dinner soon.
Oh no. I'm gonna stay on here for a while. I don't remember how I
Okay.
got there. How did I got there? Where did I find the music? Help me remember. Oh well. I don't have time for music. I'm gonna put a lady up on the screen. I have to
Okay.
run. I shall return.
I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
was returned. Oh no. I closed it. Go to the other screen. Strange things happened. Open sesame. Mute. Mute. See what happens? Oh, I meant minimize. I said mute. Mute. Turn left. We had gone down that road. Tech talk. Not tick tock. Tech talk. 03. 57. 50. Tech talk. Book 2. The parts cannon. And I'm not sure. I don't know the words. I don't know the words. I go 1,000 miles an hour. Cognitive dissonance. Tell me why. I don't like Mondays. Look it up yourselves. Monday. I don't know what Monday's date was. 12/XX/24. 1 hour with friend. On phone. Again. RE. 15 plus year old Digitech. Cannot be worked on. Let me set the stage. Monday this week, when I was trying to figure out and think about and possibly come up with something, go online, don't be a whiner. It's hard for me. I am a whiner. Forgive me. A friend called and we talked around in this saying, and me saying, please, sir, you're my friend. Please stop that. Stop saying. Stop. Stop robotic repeating what is not true because you are telling yourself the sweet little lies that you want to hear. All these things. Do you believe in destiny? It all ties around. I could pull up the exact time on my cellular phone. The friend. He has very, very old. Yes, it is a computational device, but it is very complicated. The computer part and the fact that it has to attach to an external computer to complete its tasks. It's like a computer controlled robot thing. I'm going to leave it at that. At the October-ish area, September, October of 2022. That was 2 years ago and a couple months. He got told that thing's got to go. It's 15 years old. It was approximately 15 years old 2 years ago. No one's exactly sure of its exact build date. They said it's 15 years old. You cannot rely on it when it was originally designed with its planned obsolescence in mind. After the new millennium, after the Y2K bug, I don't care what you think you're buying in America. This is just me being a ranting guy. It is disposable. I have friends who spent upwards of 200 and greater than 250, less than 300 thousands of dollars on a brand new house. Within 4 years, the 4 floors had bowed and sagged and popped up out of their nail moorings. Because why? Because sometimes the joists had bowed and sagged, and other times the joists were not there. Everything in America, since I don't know when, since before I was made, in the 1960s, is disposable. We are a disposable consumer economy. That's the fact, Jack. Want to debate me on it and prove me wrong? I will happily listen. Put yourself a comment down below and how to contact you, and we'll work it all out. I might have to get on your Discord because I don't know enough about it to send you invites to mine. But I am very open-minded, except that here we are again in 2024, and I bet at least 1 hour. I'm not scrolling back the Smarty Pants phone to figure out, was it really 2? It was very frustrating. Because when it is a friend, you don't just cuss at them or swear at them. You say, please, please, please listen to me to stop this self-destructive circle cycle loop you're stuck in. Stop periodically repeating these not truths out loud, and stop robotically repeating at the speed of brain these not truths inside yourself. Accept what is what is. 2022, they told them that machine's got to go. It's 15 years old. It was designed to last 5 at the outermost. You had it 10 years more than it was designed to last. The machine limped along. I went back in this August in 2024 using very old fashioned, learned on the streets skills in computers and digital technologies, and got the thing back to doing its robotic work, and wrote, you cannot rely on this thing. I loathe to say that I got it working, because by the time I get out the door, it may not be working again. And here we are months later. You're saying, well, can I order that network module part card? When I have wrote it and written it and rewritten it and yelled it and screamed it and hollered it. No. And then he tells me again, well, some other guy who never looked at the machine and never worked on the machine said. I said, well, please stop. Don't tell me what anybody on this planet said. Show me in writing where they wrote anything with some form of guarantee on it, because I wrote mine with a guarantee on it. You cannot rely on this machine. I got it limping along, bought you some time to get serious about replacing it, like you were supposed to do 2 years ago. So, well, you can buy that network, blah, 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 from somebody on eBay for $300. I said, well, who are you going to find to install it? How much are they going to charge you for that? Last time you talked about doing this, you and I sat down and discussed, and I followed it up per our conversations. Here it is in writing. The dudes who said they would install that thing that you could buy off eBay for $300 wanted $600 to install it. with no guarantees. And me explaining and trying my best. I call myself the world's most frustrated inarticulate for a reason. Because even when I'm laying it down to what is clear to me, sorry, Earth, you don't get it. Because it doesn't make sense to your wants it to be this way. But I didn't want to be me either. See the Queen song? Whatever. So here's how it goes. It happened on Monday. Then today again we again discussing. Can you put Windows 11? Something says you can flip some switches or registers or do something. No, because what if the great what if? Let's call it a network card can be replaced for dollars, not numbers, dollars, 900. Friend. And DW says, how do you know that a short on the motherboard didn't KIA that network card? Because you don't know. And this is why I try to explain it many times for many years. Even if it did turn out to be, well, it could be this, it could be that, it could be another thing, it could be some other thing. Does it cost more to buy a brand new something with a warranty than to replace the entire thing? What if Dean's right and something else wrong is sending back plus voltage on a minus direct plus AC voltage on a minus DC tracing or wire, which burns out this because it's a bad MOBO? The only way you're going to find out is to throw 900 bucks into the machine. Now this $900 you spent just burns out too. Now it's dumpster fodder. But now you know, and knowing's half the battle. That's from a G.I. Joe show I've never seen. A friend of mine, coincidentally named Joe, went by Joey at the time because he was young, always quoted it to me and told me where it was from. So then what you have to do is try to figure out the auto mechanics of YouTube is where I found this terminology. I don't even know if that's spelled right. The parts canon. Define. Yes, I spelled it right. So now that you got $900 in your trash, how much are you, gambler, gonna chase good money after bad? Because, well, must be the motherboard. Are you really gonna try to rebuild an entire computer assisted robotic thing one part at a time with the eBay store and these people that charge approximately $300 per hour to work on your robot? And are they going to give you a discount because they got to come back and replace this thing again? No. You're going to pay 900 more dollars because you wouldn't put that $900 as down payment on the new robot you were supposed to buy in October and November of 2022. And that's what I call gamble fever. And that's just people who will commit their everything. See up here. Which goes back to go see my other streams. It's an 1835 book. 1835. Alchemy Thematalamageria. I don't remember the name of the book. 1835. Alchemy. Book. English. Digby manuscripts. Digby. It's not Digby. It starts with a THE. Anyway, back then, the good old days. A book that starts with a THE. I have it bookmarked in my other computer that's backing up right now. I can't look it up for you. It used to be referenced several times. 1835. British or English, Anglo-ish book. Alchemy chapter. My words, not theirs. Equals busy idiocy. And it had to do with what they were describing as people would throw away their entire life fortunes to the alchemists because they were supposedly going to boil them some witchcraft. I don't know. And out of this cauldron would come gold, bricks of gold. And the book from 1835 talks about how even the rich people, enamored and impassioned and enfevered in the madness that was alchemy, gave up their entire fortunes and became paupers on the streets, begging for food and coin. They threw away everything, chased all their bad money with worse money, good money after bad. It's a whole accumulation or culmination of many thoughts that are, it's simple to me, and yet here I am trying to explain it again. Somebody go find me that terminology. What is the psychological term for doing this thing only to prove it to yourself? But I spent a gosh awful long time and then had to back it up. It takes me longer to write it out and say, apologize in my, yes, I am a wonderful, beautiful creature upon this earth. If you ever hear of these things, sorry, Susan. I guess I got myself fired from the face space. I think I'll be self-effacing and deprecating and say, I knew all along that I should have just never typed on there. Duh. Because I'm antisocial. A friend from long ago, an angel. Just a girl who became a woman. Very nice one. Very well put together. Sorry. The jaw crackled, and now my face is on fire again. My face and this girl are on fire. And there we go. How much are you going to dig in? How crazy are you going to go? Trying to prove something to nobody. Or throw away all your money on busy idiocy. Go do it. Reassess. Self-assess. Go do something else. Go serve ladles full of soup at the special kitchen for very poor people and realize to yourself, no matter how broke I am, I can do that and it seems to help somebody else. Stop beating on your own hands with hammers. Yeah. The Allegra. La da 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 da. I want to look it up. I want to play it. I want to make it so. The theme music to Via Allegra is awesome. Go look it up yourself. On the next. On the Turning Away. It's another Pink Floyd song. Hang on. Hold the line, please. Follow along with me on the screen you cannot see, I hope. Hate to find out that OBS is tricksing me. I'm looking at a remote. The grandchildren used to call it moat. And now I must lean. Excuse the silence, but this is on the tiny other screen that you don't get to see. I had copied the thing. We'll see what happens if we paste and go. Oh, it won't let me. How dare you? And I can't zoom the little screen either. Let's see what happens if we do the zoom tool. Magnifier. Main magnifier, turn on. Nope. Doesn't work over a remote. Oh no. The magnifying glass appeared. Well, it's still not working. T8. I'm looking at that fancy word. Copy again. Copy. Copy. Roger that. No paste. THEM. See, my T didn't go for me. I can't see it. I'm too old. I'm too blind, and this is an unbelievably tiny little screen. I wonder. Ah, now I can see it. And you can't see my IP address. THAU Matt. Thou, not them. Thou met. Uh, thou meta. Thou mat. Urgia. Thou mat. Urgia. Elucidations of the Marvelous. It's available at Gutenberg. I studied printing. Gutenberg is the father of printing. Now you know. Half the battle. Elucidations on the Marvelous is now available at Amazon. This is the one. The link I have in my other computer. Goes to, I believe, the Google Books online scan version. You may go read it by an Oxonian. If I was wrong about the date, it has demonology, El Diablo. It has all kinds of things. Available from Barnes and Noble. I like Barnes and Noble. I wish I could buy more books. I am very well read where I used to was. I love books. Real ones. Paper. Ink. Available offline. Without electricity. What does it say? 48.1 score for college level reading. Difficult to read. Yep. It is that. Released 2003. Yes, but what is the original date? Readers also downloaded. See, here you are at the Project Gutenberg. Go there. Support them. Keep Gutenberg moving. You may read it online on the web. Yes. Here it is. Oh, it's not going to wrap the words at different places. Thou, Matt, sorry for the by Oxonian, 1835. So then can we control F and say idio, idio. How about busy? One of two. There it is. In chapter IX, which is Roman for 9. Alchemy and astrological chimera, or chimera. Having so far explained the fragile basis on which human knowledge may be said to have depended during the obscurity and barbarity of the Middle Ages. And on we go. Find my word busy. This is the first known use of it in all of English or English. From a ridiculous analogy that its value with respect to the preservation of health and the cure of diseases must likewise surpass all other remedies. I cannot pronounce that word, art of dissolving it so as to render it potable or potable, and to prevent it from again being converted into metal, employed a multitude of busy idiots. Not only in concealed corners, but in the splendid laboratories of the great sovereigns, magistrates, counselors, and impostors, struck with the common frenzy, entered into friendship and alliance, formed private fraternities. That means exclusive man clubs, and sometimes proceeded to such a pitch of extravagance as to involve themselves and their posterity in ruinous debts. The real object of many was, doubtless, to gratify their avarice and desire of aggrandizement. These are not new themes that we are discussing immediately in the immediacy of your 15-year-old robot that you were Might be 16 or 17 years old by now, but 2 years ago you were told robot is obsolete, must be replaced. There you go. I put it all up there on the main screen, turn on. I did not remember to. Silly me. Can we go back to Gutenberg? Sorry. Administratively, I must go. 04, 27, 37. That busy idiots, not idiocies. So we'll leave that one alone right there. Finished. Finito. Gosh, I missed a letter. T. T. G. I don't know. I had something else to do. I don't know that I'll do it. An angel appeared. I think I'll call it a day. 04, 30. 00 ish. Main stream turn off. I'm sure there was something else. I'm positive. Thank you for all listening. Thank you all, anybody, evermore. For checking out the world most frustrated and articulate show number 14. We're getting there. We're building some hours of content. Like, subscribe, bell thingy, etc. I'm not sure when I will streaming again. Tomorrow or the next day or the next day. I don't know. Many things to do in the next 2 days. Care for the Elders is on the slate for Tuesday. So let's just do this. Let's say like, subscribe, bell thingy, share. Help me. Help me. Help me. Creep this number up towards 1,000. We had good discussions today. We did like 3 hours of movies. Yay. And then we will say, and the 2, the 1, and the donut handed 0 are all silent because in the old TV days, when you were live TV production, you would count down 5, 4, 3, and then you would show 2 fingers, and then you would show 1 finger, and then you would show a big 0 or just wave your hand so that the talent knew that they were live. I don't start the shows that way. I'm ending the shows that way. FYI. So let's stop streaming in 5, 4, 3,